Hello, hello! We are back with another Disco Elysium stream, and I have a feeling that it's either going to be this stream or the next stream, but I have a feeling that we are nearing the end of this game. I don't know if it's going to be... I don't know if this stream is going to be the last one, or if next week might be the last Disco Elysium stream. But either way, I have a feeling that we are very quickly approaching the end here. Also, hello, Epic Gamer Dude. Hi, hello, hi. It's good to see you here. How you doing? How's your weekend? How's your Sunday? Hope it's going well. Mine is going pretty well. Hung out with some friends for a bit, watched them play some video games, and now I'm here hanging out with you guys. I'm here hanging out and playing video games with you guys now, so yeah. But the reason why I feel like we are so close to entering the endgame here is because we recently just got access to the new island here. And apparently, once we go to this island, I don't think we can come back. And there's really not that much stuff we can do left here. The jam mystery, I don't think that's gonna happen. Because the person who asked us to do this, I mean, they've already left, right? Joyce, her name. Joyce tasked us with figuring out the jam mystery, and we weren't able to figure it out before she fucking dipped from the entire city, so... I don't think this one's gonna happen. Find the murder weapon, I think this is gonna happen once we go to the island. These two as well go to the island, determine where the shot came from. I think these three are all gonna happen once we actually go to the island. This one, I don't even know what the fuck this is. Offer figurines to Dolores Day? I only have one figurine, and I tried offering it to her, and she didn't do anything. Make Van Eek's jam a harder core. Help Egghead with the beat. This may take a while. I don't know if this is gonna be possible for me to do right now. But the ones that we can do right now are these two. So let's get this taken care of. We're gonna try to get as much as we can done before we are forced to go to the final island. Because I have a feeling, I mean, not really a feeling, they essentially told me straight up that once I go to that island, I am not coming back. So, yeah. Let's do this shit. Honestly feel like I'm close to finishing this, especially with some major events that I did. Oh yeah, I got fucking... Yeah, in the last stream, I got fucking shot. Yeah, the dice maker's in here. In the last stream, Harry got fucking shot, and honestly, I'm kind of shocked that he survived. I mean, he is the main character of the game, so, like, it'd be kind of a short game if I just got shot and fucking died there, but... Still, like, that was fucking intense. I was fucking scared. I wasn't really scared about Harry, because, like, again, like, he's the main character, right? He's the main character. It'd be a pretty short game if he died. I was fucking terrified for Kim, though. I was fucking terrified that Kim was going to die. Because, like, you can do whatever you want to Harry, but don't you dare hurt my Pookie Wookie Kim. Alright, so I gotta talk to the dice maker about the quote-unquote curse. It's going just okay at best, just a lot of issues popping up, to simply put it.
Are you looking for a die?
Man, it feels like recently, like, a lot of people are just going through some shit. I hope it gets better for you, though. Hopefully my stream can help take your mind off of things a little bit. Have more questions about this building? I think I found the actual source of the curse.
You mean the curse that I'm spared of? Because I live outside its immediate reach?
Yeah, well, about that. It's a bit more complicated than I first thought it would be.
I'm listening.
She leans back in her chair, arms crossed across her chest. Just say it. There's a 2mm hole in reality located in a church on the other side of the canal. I think it may be related to the Pale. Now that I think about it, it sounds too preposterous to say out loud.
Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality? This can't be true.
The whole thing with, like, the Pale and, like, the hole in reality... Like, I don't know if I'm looking too much into it, but I feel like it's, like, a meta commentary about, like, how this entire game is just that, a game. And, like, the 2mm hole in reality is like, oh, this is where, like, the coding fucked up and didn't, like, completely fill in the world for this game or some shit. I don't fucking know. This game is weird. I'm still, like... Like, I'm still trying to, like, figure out exactly where this is going to go. Like, we're entering the end game here, and I still have no idea what the fuck is going on, other than, like, we're solving murder mystery here. If Kim died, the duel would be over for the rest of the game. No Kim's Elysium. I mean, the game's already shown that, like, Harry can operate on his own. When Kim left to, go process the body, I had to spend an entire day just by myself without Kim. So the game would probably just continue with Harry on his own, but, like, I don't know, I feel like Kim makes this game. Like, Kim being, like, the voice of reason that's constantly by our side. I feel like that's, like, I'd say, like, almost he's almost like the heart and soul of this game, I'd say. Like, Harry is mostly just, like, I feel like Harry is just kind of, like, a stand-in for you, right? Because, like, his politics, his opinions, everything is kind of just stuff, like, all of that. He doesn't really have, like, a personality of his own, other than, like, fuck-up, drunk, drug addict, right? But, like, all of his opinions, his actions, his political stances are all stuff that's determined by you, the player. Kim is, like, the one constant that we have throughout this entire game, who, like, keeps us grounded to, like, our job and what we're supposed to do, you know? So, like, all this to say, I'm really fucking glad that Kim didn't fucking die in that shootout.
I'm afraid it is, man. Sonalukan and Kill, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, made the discovery.
Sona is involved in this?
You know her? She appears to take this in a what? She appears to take this in while the chatter from her headphones continues unabated.
So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed, it's the entire world.
Again, like, that could be, like, a commentary about, like, oh, the whole world's fucked, we live in hell. But it could also be, like, a meta thing, like, oh, the whole world is cursed because it's not real, it's a video game. I don't know how meta this game is gonna get. That's what, like, kind of scares me. Like, I don't know where this game is going. Is it gonna be, like, this super, like, meta thing, like, about, like, I don't know, like, the nature of video games? Or is it just, like, a character study about, like, Harry and, like, his place in the world? Could be both, honestly. I mean, we'll just have to see. Because, like, I don't know, I'm, like, already getting, like, because, like, if you look at the map, like, there's giant waves that, like, obscure what's behind the sea on the left. There's, like, I don't even fucking know what's going on the right. It's, like, just a void of, like, floating objects and shapes. It's, like, nothing exists outside of, like, the explorable area in the game. And it's, like, and I talked to Joyce earlier, right? I had this conversation with Joyce before she left, and she was saying, like, oh, like, there's the Pale beyond this city, and the Pale is just, like, the void. And I'm like, is this because, like, it's the void because the game makers didn't program beyond this city? They didn't, it's the void because literally nothing exists outside of this game world? I don't fucking know. We're just gonna keep playing and find out.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
What? No, I wouldn't go so far as to say that the entire world is doomed. Don't worry about it. You've been doing fine so far. I'm sure it's nothing. Say nothing.
You mean considering the fact that the world is collapsing on my porch?
She gives you a rueful smile and takes a look around. Is she saying that because the game is ending soon? The game is ending soon, and therefore the world is ending soon? Is that what she means? I don't fucking know, man. I feel like I've played, like, a lot of games that, like, go super fucking meta with, like, the nature of, like, game worlds and stuff like that. And now I don't know if I'm just, like, tricking myself into thinking this is deeper than it actually is.
In any case, thank you for stopping by.
Experience.
It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully. I'm listening.
I don't want to waste too much time here. Okay, and then inform Plaisance, who is the bookshop owner. Alright. Inform Plaisance that the entire world is cursed. She's probably gonna have a mental breakdown in front of me, because that's just kind of how she is. I have $103 right now, by the way. Hello! I regret to inform you the world is fucked!
Gotten out of hand. I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime.
The crime!
Worse. I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
Ghetto? She says in her posh British accent. Hey, I'm the one who got shot here, in the leg and in the shoulder. I'm the one who got shot here, ma'am. Say nothing, stare at her.
Oh my god! Even the police can't take care of all of this. Just look at that limp.
Man, fuck you!
Someone should do something about this.
I did do something about it! I got fucking shot!
Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes! It makes sense. Crime is the sixth element.
The sixth element,
The
crime.
darkest element.
Fucking, what was it? What is it? Air, fire, earth, water, crime. That's only 5 elements, though. I don't know what the... I tried to make an Avatar joke there, but it kind of fell apart because I only had 5 elements, so... Buy some useless books? Maybe I will. I do have, like, a fucking... over $100 right now. So I could just splurge my money before I go to the final island. Also, hello, Saint Leon 2001. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. How you doing? It's good to see you here. Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna shine this flashlight in your face. Wah, 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 wah.
And to fight crime.
Sounds like a plan. Life must go on after all. Honestly, I'm not sure what to think of it. A psychic studio? That's even worse than a bookstore in Martinez.
No need to be modest, good officer. You've convinced me. It is a great idea. Thank you for the inspiration.
I hope your fucking business fails.
In the meantime,
Wah, wah, wah,
do
wah.
buy the books. As many as you can. They won't be
Honestly,
here
I
for
might
much
as well.
longer. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Plaisance, I have something to tell you. I love you. No, I found the actual source of the doom.
What do you mean the actual source? Are you here to lecture me about economics again?
My investigation has led me to discover a 2mm intraplanetic hole in reality. That's the source of the doom, both in the commercial area and in Martinez. I'm afraid I can tell you this. You must leave Martinez immediately. It's too dangerous to stay. I think she's fucked no matter where she goes.
What?
We're all gonna die!
She wasn't expecting this. At least not. the
We're gonna
one
crash!
intraplanetic.
A tiny hole in reality. It may be connected with the Pale, an origin point of sorts. It would explain why historically so many things have ended in failure here in Martinez.
Now, what he's saying is true. We found an intraplanetic anomaly in the small Pinewood Church down the coast. I don't mean to be an alarmist, and more research is needed, but it's not looking good.
We're all gonna die!
But that's not in any of the ancient texts. How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that?
You don't. Just give up.
She's too afraid to even say the word.
You can't protect it, not against the Pale. Close up the shop and try to get as far away from the thing as possible. You can protect it with hope by refusing to give up. That's what people have done in the past by building a church, a place of worship around this thing. You have to find your own answer. I spent too long on this quest as is. Let's give her a bit more of a hopeful message.
You're right, officer. I mustn't lose faith, especially now that Annette is finally settling in at school and making friends. No, we can't just leave. Besides, didn't I have some Sailite hope catchers around here somewhere? I must find them. Everything will be all right if I
Hope
just find
catchers?
them.
Is it like alternate universe dream catchers?
Thank you for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime.
Farewell for now, book peddler. Alright. I finished that little side quest. Going to rock her world with a hole in reality. I kind of like that last little dialogue option where it's just like, just try your best. Just keep hoping and try your best. Like, I don't know. I feel like the whole thing with like the hole in reality is like there's a literal fucking hole in reality, and like everybody else is just going about with their lives as the world is probably ending around them. I like that little message.
Hi,
Even as the
Detective.
world
Are
fucking
you
breaks
here
down
from
and
the
crumbles
Earth?
around you, you just keep on trucking. How many skill points do I have? Only 1. I don't know if I want to spend that skill point just to unlock that one check. Because I don't know what I'm going to need on that island. Measurehead is fucking gone. I don't know why that's still here. Renee's fucking dead. The scattering of bullet holes. I really want to solve that one, but I don't have the resources for it. Man with the sunglasses, he's gone. Gaston is depressed. This is the check for his sandwich, right? He's not gonna give me his fucking sandwich anymore. Yeah, I think there's, like, legitimately nothing else I can do. Other than just go to the island. Help Egghead with his beat. I could try going over there to talk to Egghead, see what he has to say. But then after that, I think there's, like, nothing else I can do other than to just head over to the island. Oh wait, shit, I forgot to buy books. And I'll go back there later. Hey, buddy, what are you doing?
Good morning, comrade! Yeah! Harder car!
I need interfacing for this, but... Again, I only have one skill point. I don't know if I want to spend it. Ugh, you know what? You know what? I'll just figure this all out on a second playthrough. In my own time. I'm not going to stream this game for a second playthrough, but... I will definitely be playing this game again on my own at some point. Because there's a lot of stuff that I missed. Alright. Let's buy some of your fuck-ass books.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes.
Board game suzerainty.
There are numerous...
Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family.
I want to buy the other game.
If you say so, but you better stay away from those.
The display rack. This is entirely, completely...
Oh yes, certainly. It is a bestseller for a reason.
I'm gonna buy all your fucking books. You better fucking thank me. Is that fucking David Bowie over there?
To the brim with crime.
Dick Mullen.
Of course.
What's this? Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their magic. Okay.
Shelves full of biographies.
A true
Give me that book. I don't think I can buy anything over there.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not.
What the fuck even is that?
I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Okay. What about out here? I can't examine that. Okay, well, I bought some books. And some board games. Maybe they will give me some experience.
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book
Fuego.
is large and heavy. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No.
Oh god, no, let me out of here.
Disappointing. You'll never get anywhere.
Okay. Interesting. I just wanted to see what that would say.
Greatest in browsing your education.
Sure, why not?
That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first innocence? Dolores Day.
Okay.
Incorrect. Dolores Day.
You fucking lied to me!
Innocence of humanism, internationalism.
Do I get experience if I
the welfare
complete
state.
the quiz?
She codified part. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach, steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this.
What?
A strange
Ugh.
sensation of loss.
Why did that fucking hurt my morale?
The dust and the ice. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention.
Sola?
Incorrect. Sola resigned after. Correct. Nothing much.
I'm just
is
fucking
known
guessing.
about him.
I'm just
It's
gonna
not to declare
blitz
that he
through
was
this. I just want to get
as
experience.
the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of the question 2.
The strongest innocence?
Dolores.
He keeps talking about Dolores.
Incorrect again. While she originated many modern
Pain threshold
institutions,
keeps
launched
being
several
fixated on
successful
Dolores.
expeditions, and even though the words most associated... Please, relax. Incorrect. Correct. Named the innocence of Franco Negro attempted to solve question 3. Okay.
False.
It wasn't Dolores Day. She's not false. Correct.
Okay.
There have been a number of counter or the most famous and important final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. Correct. The mess might see Franco Negro as the father, everything from Inter East and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing a D. Not particularly you would have done
Amazing.
better if you just left Dolores Day for the end.
Damn you,
What's
arrogant
going
book.
on with you?
I think it's so smart, goddamn. This book is unfair.
Okay.
Lieutenant stares at you, his visage unflinching.
You are shouting at an inanimate object.
What if I got...
The greatest innocence.
What if I got
Your
everything correct the first time
educational
around?
Survey is done. Did you catch any of that? It seems rather unfair to try again after Dolores Day. Correct. As the question to Dolores. Correct. Franco question. Okay. It correct. The most final stretch. Correct. Everything and more beautiful. Congratulations on an A. You really navigated some treacherous waters here.
Well, at least I got experience from that.
Well done.
Got you this time, not so smart anymore, are you?
The lieutenant is doing his best. Yeah, sure.
Okay, interesting. I got 5 points of experience and I lost 1 point of morale from reading this book. Amazing. Dick
In
Mullen.
your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity. The brittle paper
Examine the
at
cover.
features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are 2 silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick
I
Mullen.
wonder if that is relevant
That
to
seems
our
to sum up
current
the
story.
premise nicely.
Also, I like Kim's giant fucking shadow being reflected onto the bookstore behind him.
Needless to
from my
say,
flashlight.
It violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which he is a suspect.
Are you really reading that, detective?
I really need to know who this Dick Mullen guy is. He seems like a real great dude. Looking for advice on being a real detective. I'm just skimming it.
Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
I'm gonna
The
read
story
anyways.
opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Insulindian coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights.
Seems
An
familiar.
extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law, but also extremely accurate in your
I'm
case.
trying at least. Look, I can't judge. Keep reading. I don't need to read this. I'm already living it. I'm trying at
Give
least.
it time. You fall off the wagon sooner.
Man, fuck you. I'm gonna keep reading.
2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
The cops released their prime murder suspect so he can find the real killer? Are you shitting me? No way Mullen did it.
What's the matter, detective?
Lieutenant turns to you with a start. I don't know who's writing this shit, but I get the feeling they aren't experts on homicide investigations. I'm pretty sure Harry himself is barely an expert on homicide investigations.
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure.
Okay, so Mullen didn't do it.
Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana DeNerva.
Nice, a dame. Now it's getting interesting. I feel like I've read this before.
And not just any dame. She's truly one in a million. A knockout whose mind is as dangerous as her curves. But she's got a secret.
Secret. Man, who doesn't? Sounds like my kind of woman.
She's any man's kind of woman, according to this book. Are you sure about that? Something about her gives you a bad feeling. What kind of secret is she hiding? You couldn't handle a woman like that. Look at yourself. You couldn't even handle your... Stop. Don't say it.
Don't say what?
Nothing. Forget it. Go back to your story.
Now it's getting interesting. Keep reading.
Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover, and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullin begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead.
Tell me about the corrupt police captain. I want to hear about the politician's son. Was that about an art collector? Okay, let's get on with the story.
Outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist.
Crypto-fascist.
Man
Gary?
who's beaten his share of suspects to pulp. But he's also dirty and increasingly paranoid that someone's going to expose his role in the drug ring. He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war injury. Is it possible that he was able to conceal it long enough to commit the murder?
I want to hear about the politician's son.
A typical privileged twat. In all
Twat.
likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though, a former prosecutor who nearly brought down his father's administration. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height. And while interrogating him at his home, Mullen did notice a certain overcoat that looks suspiciously like his own.
What was that about the art collector?
Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to actually hit someone, let alone plug them 3 times in the chest, the way Spillane got did. That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that Torvald was once involved with Deanna Deneuve. Could it be that this is all over a sordid love triangle?
So we have our 3 suspects. Who do I think did it? I'm gonna say it's none of the above, and it's someone completely fucking different.
One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms.
Whenever a mystery novel or story introduces like 3 characters that are like the primary suspects, the real killer is always going to end up being like none of the above. It's either none of the above or like they're all involved in it in some way.
Yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth
No, I got-
of another human's touch.
Got health from
the
that?
burning
Weird.
taste of liquor on her full, sweet lips. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
How does Mullen expect to solve the murder if he's sleeping with a witness? Nice, get it, Mullen. Not sure I'm happy with this, but maybe the story will turn it around.
As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Deanna Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you.
I was the killer all along. I killed your
I
friend.
love you. The name of the true killer. Always aim for the center of mass. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out.
Who could have
cold
seen this
instantly.
coming? Fuck. Can't trust a dame. Shake your head. I don't really like where this is going. Close the book. Fuck.
When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed.
Oh,
next
shit.
To him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
Double fuck.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence, even if Detective Mullen...
Well, now I'm
did
invested. Now I want to know. Now I want to know what
he
actually
should be
happened.
facing years behind bars. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
Wait, I've got some questions first. I figured it out.
What is it, Detective?
Why does everyone close to Dick Mullen and wind up dead?
It's a dangerous
You need a
line
tragic
of work,
hero.
but somebody has to do it.
If there's no risk,
That's
there's no
why
tension.
Dick Mullen never lets anyone get too close. What's the matter? Afraid you've been hacking up your friends' bodies in the night? You are the murderer after all.
Interesting. Why did Dick Mullen become a detective in the first place?
There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. He was born a detective.
Was I not born to be a detective? But why is he like that?
For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages held together by glue made from the hooves of horses. From nowhere, you hear the screech of sneakers on a waxed floor, and you feel the burn of rope against your hands. Are these figments of some other life? You won't find the answers you're looking for here, in other words.
Why bother solving crimes when the world is so evil?
Is it really so evil, detective?
Okay, maybe not. There are parts worth saving. Yep, it's pretty fucking evil. I think there's parts worth
Like
saving.
what?
Friends and family, the taste of a good cigarette, the smooth taste of some ultra-high-proof booze, drugs. You know it's all about the drugs. Friends and
Do
family.
you even have those?
I got Kim. I might just need to find them. I did, but I lost them. I've got Kim.
Just make sure you don't lose him. You'll not find
I love you,
another
Kim.
like
Please
him.
never die.
It's true in more ways than you know. But then, what does this book know? It's just a poorly made piece of pulp garbage made to be consumed and discarded.
I don't have any more questions. I figured it all out.
So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
Love did them in. The dirty police captain, the junkie art collector, the politician's twat son, Dick Mullen? You know what? I don't even care. I don't think it's any of the three. They really didn't give me that much information. It's either Love or Dick Mullen, and... Dick Mullen?
Have you been paying attention at all? It wasn't Mullen. It was an imposter.
Among Us!
Now go on. Find out who really did it.
I don't think it's any of the three.
You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued.
Oh god, is the book gonna like break apart in my hands and start and like and the pages are gonna like fly off in the wind and I'm gonna lose it forever and I'm never gonna figure out what the ending is? I feel like this game would do that to me. We do have the best duo imaginable? True. Although I wouldn't really say duo, it's more just Kim. I have the best crime-solving partner imaginable.
You try to grab the pages as they come loose,
God.
but your fingers aren't quick enough.
Impossible 20.
Dozens of pages scatter across the ground. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but it would take...
I wonder if this is like possible to like succeed at. Or if this is like a scripted failure. Stupid old horse glue. God, I'll never know.
Too bad.
I'll never know.
If it's any consolation, the resolution is almost never very satisfying. And on that note, perhaps we should get back to making sense of...
Of course the game would do that.
In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity.
I didn't even get any experience. Of course they would fucking... Of course the game would, like, invent a fake book. And then fucking blue ball me right before I'm about to get to the ending. Alright. Let's get through the other books quickly. I want to get the experience.
A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Heimdall man.
Look at the back cover.
The jacket copy proclaims, Man from Heimdall.
Oh, I was right.
Exciting adventure
Of
yet.
course I was. Of course the game would fucking blue ball me like that.
Cannibalistic natives abduct his only surviving comrade, Noble Tyribald. Before Man from Heimdall can mount a rescue, he is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where a mysterious and wicked queen rules supreme. Will Man from Heimdall be able to escape his dire situation and find his missing friend?
Time to flip through the book.
You open the book to a random page. Man from Heimdall, wielding his two Zweihanders, is carving through a sea of savages, his visage fixed in grim determination. His arms whirling like windmills are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled corpses litter the battlefield. Good God, this is some retrograde stuff. When was this shit written? You flip to the copyright page. This book was written in 38.
I like when my inner voices come in with like their own opinions on these books. Like, God, this book is shit. Let's keep reading. Ah, shit, gritty and heroic. Let's give this a chance. Ugh, vulgar.
Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Heimdalla tribe. From the village of Heimdall, the ivory giant roars like an ice bear, and the winds of Katla howl out his name.
Give me more.
Man from Heimdall rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. Both Zweihanders sheathed on his back. He is off to war. Will he conquer his enemies? Will he conquer himself?
Onward.
The steel muscles of man from Heimdall gleam in the humid jungle air.
Is this all just...
Yet, the man does
Is the
not
entire
sweat.
book just
In
like
meditation,
metaphorically
his soul
sucking the
drifts
dick of
to
this
the
one
footed
guy?
northlands he calls home.
Is this entire book just like, oh man, and this fucking cool ass dude, he kills even more guys. Holy shit, this is so me. Really get into the
A
book.
passage reads, the man from Heimdall looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. He rarely speaks, but now his voice booms in the darkened throne room. Do not try to sap my masculine essence, wicked temptress. Son of Heimdall will never succumb to your seductive wiles. Thine
This shit is
spells
goofy
are
as
no
hell.
match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Heimdall, stand above the vices of flesh, for it is weak and corruptible, yet mine is forged in gore and strife. Queen Lydiana just laughs, a sultry and salacious sound, then says,
Bro really said, I'll never lose my virginity because I never lose.
I have grand plans for you, man from Heimdall. She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. First, you shall please me. Then lead my armies against the vicious cannibals. Not a muscle moves in the face of the man from Heimdall. Yet inside, there is turmoil. This goes against all he holds sacrosanct.
Wow, this is epic. I kept hoping it would get better, but the writing is terrible and repetitive. I've had enough. Yeah.
What do you even know about literature? Have you ever read a book in your life?
Yeah, I read a book right before this one. Of course I have.
This is not just another book. It's Man from Heimdall. And it's
No,
done.
I want to know what happens next. Okay,
You open his arm. Good God. You flip to the copyright. Berserker Rage. Man from Heimdall. The steel must. A passage. Thine I have grand.
Wow, this is
to the
epic.
Final pages. Man from Heimdall mounts Galavarin, his mighty griffin, and turns his gaze to the horizon. Queen Lydiana is dead, but an army of cannibals is storming the gates, and still there's no
I feel like
way
we
of
skipped a couple
trusting
of
to a world.
plot points there.
To find out what happens next, you'll have to pick up Man from Heimdall and the Three-Eyed Skull, available in fine bookstores everywhere. Spring 39.
Yeah, I think we're done with that. This is Don't worry about it.
The cover of
This book kind of ass.
features the man from Heimdall, standing atop a pile of bloody corpses. His two Zweihanders are crossed over his massive chest in a dramatic X, their blades dripping with gore.
Hell yeah, seems over the top. Hell
Behind
yeah.
him rise the harsh snow-capped
I'm getting no
peaks
experience
of
from
the
this.
Northlands. In bold red letters, the title, Heimdalla Man, the man from Heimdall, unfurls like a banner. In the foreground, a nearly nude woman lies spread in supplication, her privates strategically covered by her flowing black hair. These images speak to something burbling deep within you. The primal struggle of a bunch of violent apes just duking it out.
Look at the back cover.
Blurb reads, his latest adventure serves as the perfect introduction to the savage Heimdall saga. Meet Man from Heimdall, his faithful blood brother Tyribald, the noble Lord Hrothgar, and some of their most
My
fearsome
eyes are like
foes
starting to
yet
cross listening to
from the
this kind of.
Northlands. For
I'm like zoning
Heimdall.
out.
Below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical.
I'm not gonna read all that.
A brazen attempt to bilk fans for more money by splicing together old stories under a new title.
The publishers must have a dim view of their readership. Where there's a demand, there's always a supply. Nothing wrong with that.
People find comfort in familiarity, remembering old experiences, looking at old photos, reading old stories.
Read the first couple of
The
pages.
story opens in media res. The man from Heimdall and his band of northern reavers are in the bowels of an ancient temple, surrounded by an army.
Also, I just realized this is like progressing my
deathless
my time
necromancer.
by a lot.
One by one, the brave Northmen fall to the relentless crush of undead, only to join their number as reanimated corpses. By nightfall, only the man from Heimdall and his blood brother, noble Tyribald, are left standing against the dead horde. It is an honor to die by your side, brother, Tyribald cries, as his battle axe beheads one of their reanimated comrades.
Wow, they're in trouble now. I'm too old for this.
9, Tyribald. The man from Heimdall bellows over the army of flesh and bone. Have courage for the Northlands. For Heimdall. He leaps to the mezzanine to face the black-eyed figure, and like a mad ice bear, whirling twin Zweihanders, Sturm and Drang, he plows through the ranks of the deathless, surrounding the necromancer. The writer has never held a sword in their life, let alone two two-handed swords at the same time.
Clearly.
It is physically impossible
It
for a human
it is
being
physically
to
impossible.
dual-wield Zweihander swords in any kind of real-life combat situation.
Actually, it is physically impossible for a human to dual wield. It's what that voice sounds
His
like.
twin blades scissored the necromancer's head from its body.
They do what?
Undead legions
They do
collapse
what to his head?
like dolls as the dark magic leaves them, and the two
No, I didn't realize this
stand
book was
alone
freaky
in
like
their
that.
cursed temple, where the bodies of their lost brothers litter the floors.
Skip
A
ahead.
few chapters later, the man from Heimdall and Tyribald are in a completely different setting, high above an arid desert, riding a pair of griffins that always seem to appear at narratively convenient moments. The Northmen find themselves in the court of a powerful southern king, Lord Hrothgar. The old king beseeches the man from Heimdall to rid his kingdom of the Nachtherra, a subterranean clan of blind wizards who traded their souls.
This is some high quality schlop.
The man from Heimdall extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's borderlands. Hrothgar offers the hand of his eldest daughter instead, but the son of winter does not budge.
Hold on, why is the man from Hilmdall doing any of this? All aboard for slaughter and glory. Keep reading. That's enough for me.
What do you mean?
Why is he doing all this?
Because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest.
Why do we do
Because,
anything?
Above all, he's driven to bring honor to the name of his beloved Heimdall. Because his noble Cutland blood lusts for glory and conquest. It cannot be denied.
Is that all?
What do you mean? Is that all?
Is there anything else to his character?
He is the man from Heimdall, forged in the fury of battle. Death was his sire, and blood his dam. He had but 14 winters when he left his frigid homelands in Cutla to seek glory and honor. That is his character.
Never mind, just get to the good
You
part.
skip past a section detailing an elaborate banquet with many toasts, as well as the long and perilous journey from Hrothgar's keep to the ancient forest of Yesdor, where our heroes infiltrate the Nachtherra's dire hall. In the center of the great hall stands a blood altar on which a pair of Nachtherra are disemboweling a shrieking peasant, an unholy rite that empowers the Nachtherra forbidden magic. As the vile ceremony ends, the sound of steel unsheathing draws the Nachtherra's attention to a pair of cloaked figures standing in the doorway. This is what you came for, isn't it? A climatic bloodletting, where men are reduced to muscle and fury. Swiftly, the visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheathe glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Heimdall and his valiant blood brother, Tyribald.
So they get cloned? Well, yeah, who else would it be? Well, I did not see that coming.
In an instant, the Nachtherra summon a horde of gibbering orcanoids who rush our heroes. The hall fills with the clang of blades and the screams of the dying as the floor goes slick with steaming organoid viscera.
Okay, I was confused about, like, the perspective of the story, but no, it's just... it made it sound like they were already there, and then they had visitors, and it was them again. But no, it was like... Okay, I was confused about the perspective, but I get it now.
When the din of battle settles, only the man from Hyomdal and Terabal remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the foul Nactera. The man from Hyomdal's soda-like blue eyes fill with indescribable fury. For the Northlands, he cries, rushing headlong into a desperate melee.
You gotta be kidding me. Cut him up, Hyomdalar, man. You gotta be squidting me. This is almost exactly the same as the first scene, even the word gibbering is used twice.
In the first scene, the man from Hyomdal fought a powerful necromancer and his army of the dead. Now, he's confronting a pair of Nactera.
Ah, yeah, sure, completely different.
Thralls. The two couldn't be further apart.
Okay, fine, what happens next?
An excellent question.
I got
One
skill points.
easily answered by purchasing the next thrilling chapter in the Hyomdalaman saga.
Amazing.
Hyomdalaman at the
This is some high-quality schlop.
The last page of this one merely reads, "To be continued." Considering the sheer amount of different Hyomdalaman books out there, it's very unlikely you're ever gonna find the sequel. The man from Hyomdal stares at...
All of these books are quite literally a time waster. I think I started reading at, like, 15. It is now 9... It is now almost 20 o'clock. Can I play a board game?
In your hands, you have a brand new copy of the game, Suzerainty. It's snugly wrapped in a skin of plastic. The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a ship, while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work.
Shake the
The
box.
box has a nice heft to it. You hear the rattle of individual wooden tokens and feel their weight shifting back and forth. What treasures wait in store for you? Even before you open it, you can tell that this will be a meaty game
Meaty.
of grand strategy and complex player interaction.
Remove the plastic wrap.
Plastic wrap rips off as easily as a bodice in a tawdry historical romance.
Open the
There's
box.
a hiss as the lid slides off. Inside, you find a thick, full-color rulebook and more than a dozen pouches of various wooden components.
Ooh, this heals my morale.
A mix of wood, paper, and ink, all wrapped in the sweet must of cardboard.
Read the rulebook.
Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated and thick as a Gradian novel.
Economic strategy, more like a rapacious plunder and exploitation. Capitalism. This history seems problematic, but it is important to teach children basic economic concepts. Keep reading.
The colorful illustrations depict cheerful workers picking apricots, hauling marble sculptures out of crumbling temples, and harvesting a strange magenta-leafed plant. Everyone is smiling. You begin to suspect there may be a political agenda to this so-called family game. Only one way to find out.
Keep reading.
The instructions are opaque at first, and introduce many concepts you're not familiar with. Fortunately, there are many diagrams and examples throughout. You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Revachol. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth and renown by accumulating victory points.
How do you accumulate victory points? Fuck the suzerain. What about my wealth and renown? I've read enough.
That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations, each one home to an economically important resource.
I wonder if this is, like, detailed enough to where, like, they could potentially make a real-life version of this game.
Each turn, the player collects resources from vassals where they've placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers, fulfill contracts for coin and bonuses, or build structures back in Revachol. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for Beginners.
Read the advice.
Remember, there are many paths to victory in Suzerainty, but successful players will find one strategy and commit to it wholeheartedly. Boring, boring, boring.
Boring.
Tear up this rulebook and commit some old school atrocities.
How's the winner determined?
The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex.
Amazing.
You open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several punch boards with other cardboard components that will need to be punched out before you can play.
Punch them out one by one.
Each cardboard token makes a satisfying chick as you pop it out. Soon, a neat pile of cardboard coins and counters has accumulated before you.
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
What he? That's a cute bit of characterization. Kim wants to he wants to punch out some of the cardboard tokens. Check out the wooden
In addition
tokens.
to the worker and building tokens used by each player.
It's
there
like,
are also
I don't know, it's like the
several
equivalent of like
kinds
Harry
powerful
popping like
resource
bubble wrap and then
tokens,
Kim being like,
each
I want to pop
representing
some.
one of the game's 4
Can I have
principal
some? I want to pop
resources.
some of the bubble wrap. I don't know, it's just like a cute bit of characterization there.
From the Empire of Sefre, orange apricot tokens. From Ilmarat, the ancestral name of Ilmara, grey marble block tokens.
Okay, okay.
Oh, those are nice.
Lieutenant picks up a checker token and admires it.
You hold the open game box before you.
You want to play?
The lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide.
Holy shit. The average playing time
Holy
for this game
shit.
is 1 to 6 hours. I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
Kim, you want to play? Spare bubble wrap, please. Spare bubble wrap. Come on, Kim, we gotta play a game. Come on.
What?
Fuck!
Does
Are
the
you
lieutenant
fucking
hate-
kidding? Really?
Is he the fun police?
Really? Are you fucking kidding me? I rolled snake eyes? 72% chance of success and I roll fucking snake eyes. Are you fucking kidding me? Who died and made you the fun police?
The lieutenant gives you a
Oh, I can do it again.
He may or may not hate fun, but either way, he does not appreciate your
Come
attitude.
on.
Have you tried goading him?
This has to be scripted, right? I rolled 2 1s, and then I rolled 2 2s. Nah, this has to be scripted. This has to be fucking scripted. You're just chickening up because you know I'd crush your ass.
In your dreams, maybe. I've thrashed my share of trash talkers before.
This has to be
Now,
scripted.
come on. Let's put childish things aside.
Ignore the mock umbrage. Now he wants to prove it to you.
Come on, Kim.
What is
Yeah!
it, if not an elaborate game? You need logical inference, attention to detail, the ability to analyze your opponent.
Okay, yeah, I rolled 2 1s, then 2 2s, and then... Yeah, and then a 1 and a 3. I got this... And I got exactly the total that I needed to succeed. This has to be scripted. Come on, it might help us think of a more creative solution to the case.
I do feel like my thinking has become somewhat rigid. Maybe a little diversion to keep the mind limber is just what's in order.
Yeah!
He's doing the hard work himself. All he needed was a little nudge.
Alright.
This is gonna be so worth
How
it.
do we play?
I don't know, let's wing it. I read the rules already, I'll show
You
you.
explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be a quick study. You each take your bag of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you. In the center is the crown of Revachon. Radiating outward are her colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain.
But if it wasn't, damn. I feel like that has to be scripted. Like, that was too convenient. And the fact that it let me try over and over again, I might look it up later. I feel like that has to be scripted.
Apricots
If it's
from
not
Sefre
scripted,
are
then, like,
illogical triggers
Jesus
from
fucking
Ilmarik,
Christ, my luck is
sugars
so
from the
backwards.
Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine.
Cocaine.
from Sucre,
Cocaine.
Windy, and Sarah Maritza. There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress, in case you need to put the game away and return to it later. The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Sefre territory of the board, and the others to the Seminine Islands.
Alright, detective. Your turn.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away? Or
No, shit, we're
rearrange
actually
your
doing
workers
this.
to maximize production on future turns? Remember what the rulebook said. You will want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
Try to fulfill a contract, let your workers rest for a while. Just do whatever Kim did. Let them rest for a
What?
while.
It's the very beginning of the game. Your workers haven't even done any work yet.
Okay, make them work a little, but not too much.
That's more like it. You produce a handful of archaeological treasures and a smattering of other resources. Meanwhile, the lieutenant spends 2 of his sugar and 1 of his apricot tokens to complete his contract card. He is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token that he places in the center.
It's interesting how, like, they're describing two people playing a board game that doesn't exist, that you, like, barely know the rules of. And you're trying to walk one of them through, like, winning the board game.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points.
Hey, why can't I get one of those? Kim, can I do my first turn over? I think I messed up. Glowers silently.
Don't worry, because most of this luck. You'll earn some points soon enough.
I'm not even sure what points are. That's part of the problem.
Points are nothing. They don't exist. They're just an arbitrary convention that games use to reward or punish players for certain behavior.
Just like money in real life. Who came up with such a concept? We should kill him. Am I getting points right now? Look around. Oh, that makes sense.
There are some paranoid types who believe the moral intern keeps detailed score sheets for everyone in their
Plus 1,000 social credit.
That's obviously nonsense. Otherwise, no. There are no points. Just your actions and the consequences of those actions.
That's reassuring. That's fucking terrifying.
That's just the way it is.
Tim doesn't seem to find much value in dwelling on the subject.
Now, I believe it's your turn.
Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling contracts for points and resources. Those aren't your only options. You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing some of that wealth in them. After all, they're the ones producing
True.
wealth for the suzerain. Well, sure, you can do that. It's just not a terribly effective strategy, but then it's up to you.
Invest in your existing workers, press more workers into service, focus on fulfilling contracts. Kim, what should I do? I'm bored with this. Let's finish this game later. Invest in my workers.
To the lieutenant's precinct, you spend several turns building various improvements to your territorial infrastructure. Soon, your workers have access to clean water, paved roads, and basic hobbies. In return, they produce 1 extra resource per turn.
Yeah! Gaze on your workers like a benevolent parent. Grimace at them for not working harder. I love my little guys.
Too bad investing in your workers just isn't worth many points.
Fuck you, I love my little guys. I don't care if I win or not. I just want them to be happy. What do you mean?
Take a look at the scoring tables in the back.
You search it up? My luck really is just that backwards. God. What are the chances of me, like, losing 2 of those checks in a row? Like, I succeeded on the 3rd one, but twice in a row. With, like, increasing chances? That is so fucked up.
You see in Table 8C that investing in territorial infrastructure multiplies your final victory point total by 1, which is to say not at all. Whereas, erecting monuments in Revachol gives you a multiplier of 5.
So you're saying the values of the ruling class are completely divorced from the well-being of the people who generate their wealth? So you're saying I should treat my workers like disposable labor instead? So you're saying I fucked up?
Yes, precisely.
Nonsense. Remember what the lieutenant said. If points are arbitrary, who cares about winning? You should reject their system and just play how you want.
Yeah, fuck the system.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safri territory. Soon, his workers are producing a steady supply of extremely valuable apricots. How can you let the lieutenant dominate you like that? You need to hit back and hard.
Kim is a dom confirmed?
For several
Harry
turns,
sub?
you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supremawindi and Saramaritsa, where they begin producing a bumper crop of
Ah,
cocaine.
hell yeah, cocaine.
You draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a
Cocaine.
number of coins and access to a rare bonus. Amplified music worth 7 victory
Ah,
points.
hell yeah, we're gonna get the beats bumping in here.
Oh yeah, baby. Cocaine and rock music go together like cocaine and
Hell yeah.
You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression?
The video you side got it first try while I had to get it like a third time. God, that is so fucked up. It probably would have just kept going. If I just kept being persistent, it probably would have kept going until I basically had like 100% chance of succeeding. But still, the fact that I had to try 3 times, like I was convinced that that was scripted because there's no fucking way that I would just lose that many times in a row with those chances. That's so fucked up. Rock and roll, baby. Go for the contract. Give back to the workers. Attack the lieutenant and steal all his resources. I'm bored with this. Rock and roll, baby.
It takes several turns, but you slowly begin accumulating the cocaine necessary to complete the contract. When you do, it practically rains copper coins on your side. Feels good, doesn't it? But you know what would feel even better.
Winning the game, solving the murder. You're gonna say drugs, aren't you?
Drugs, specifically uppers. You should find some the first chance you get.
Man, shut the fuck up.
While you daydream about speed, the lieutenant has built himself a formidable economic engine of his own. The end game is upon you.
It sure
How will you
is.
spend the vast resources you've
Both
acquired
in the game
for the
and
glory of the suzerain?
in the game. Disco Elysium itself.
Flipping through the manual, you find the most expensive structure in the game. The Revacholian Victory Column, worth 12 victory points. If you can successfully build it, victory would be all but assured. Alternatively, you could try launching a trade war to crush the lieutenant's economy, or you could blow all that money on a public education system for your worker tokens. The choice is yours.
For almighty Revachol, go for the victory column. It's on, Kim. Launch a trade war. Build a public education system for my workers. You know what? I want what's best for my workers. I want to make them happy.
There's
Let's
a
give them
reason
public
very few
education.
players ever attempt to build a public education system for their worker tokens. It's extremely expensive and never pays off by design.
Man, fuck you. I'm a benevolent ruler.
Your boondoggle nearly bankrupts the suzerain's treasury, and you suffer a significant
I don't care.
to your
I may have
final
lost the
score.
game, but I won in terms of doing what's right for my workers.
Ouch.
Lieutenant says, cringing at your spectacular failure. You taught me that points are arbitrary. I decided to play this game how I wanted instead. This stupid game is rigged. Huh, maybe I should have pursued a different strategy. I want to play how I
The
want.
lieutenant opens his mouth as if to issue a blistering retort, then hesitates.
I don't care about victory points. I care about happiness points. And I want my workers to be happy.
You know, detective, there's something admirable about that, in its own way.
Fuck the system. I play how I want.
Now, let's tally up the scores, shall we?
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables, and struggling with basic addition and multiplication. After double, then triple checking your maths, you have your final score.
I lost, probably.
-5 victory points. You'll be lucky if the suzerain
Yeah.
the whole family
-5.
such a pitiful performance.
I've got 20 points.
He says, slightly embarrassed at the point differential.
Well, there's always next time.
I don't care. If we were measuring happiness
There's no
points,
way
I'd
to
win.
play this game again. Now, let's clean up and get back to work.
You hold the open game box before you.
Put it away. That was kind of fun. I like that. There was some cute, like, character building moments. There is one more board game we can do.
Large letters on the front form a title, Wirral. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also features odd-looking humanoids. Some short, some taller, some with pointy ears.
Happiness
others
points.
with ephemeral
Man,
feet.
fuck victory. I just want my little guys to be happy. I don't care if I win or lose. I just want people to be happy. Let's see, examine the box.
Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, 3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel adds a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures.
Shake the box, look at the back, enough inspecting.
Mysterious things rattle inside. What could they be? Dice? Plastic miniatures? A fantastical alternate world full of magic and wonder?
Me when I try to play games for real with friends? Yeah? I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, you're playing games with your friends to have a good time, right? So I don't really care much about winning or losing. As long as everyone's having a good time. That's all that really matters, right?
None of that witless man from Hyundai, fascist dross, hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Wirral is no cliche-ridden apologia for colonial violence.
So Wirral is
Wirral
based.
is pure imagination. Yes, the Wirral setting is known for its complicated system of political alignments. But if you're not into that, you can just hack your way through dungeons in search of loot. That's
I
what
love
most
loot.
people do.
Look at the back.
A blurb on the back reads, "Tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral. Leave behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity.
So we're
magnets,
becoming
and boring
Amish.
technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world?"
Yes, we're ready to take on this challenge. I'm not sure I can handle all this responsibility. Definitely not. Sounds too dangerous. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest.
Open the
You
box.
pry open the box. Inside, you find a folded-up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine.
Look at the map.
A reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads,
Can I actually play
"Lad,
the
it
game?
doesn't seem to correspond with a quick guide to the mod. The options are in order of importance. The Welkin, tall, lithe, and the Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races. A grand race of the Tueog also come in a...
If I can't actually play the game,
What
I don't
else
really
is
care much
there
about
to
this.
tell? A very small race of flying people, known for the least popular of the Wirral races. It's made from some sort of wood and has been...
Take the die?
You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side.
Okay, that might help me with some rolls, like the
You
figurine.
see a man in...
Huh, interesting. A communard.
Oh, what? What's so interesting about that? That's not very Wirral like.
The figurine is not a part of the real game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging
Interesting.
process.
Does this mean we can't play? Maybe someone should make a role-playing game set during the Revolution.
I have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything else.
Take the
You
figurine.
pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at
Something
you.
I can do for
His
this.
face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it. A colorful box with the title.
Okay, well, I can't play the box. I can't play the game, but I did get some interesting items out of that. Actually, speaking of die, let's go here. I do have some extra money that I'm probably not going to need for the end game, so I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna buy as much sets of die that I can from you, because those might actually help me with my rolls.
Oh, it's you
Hello.
again.
I'd like to order a
Of
die.
course. Tell me what you have in mind. A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm gonna star myself a superstar, and superstars don't care about money.
Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of 100-sided dice, made of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a naturally occurring magnet to complement your magnetic personality?
Yeah, give it to me.
10 real, and I can get
8
these in
hours?
8 hours.
Okay.
It's true. Magnetic dice are definitely different. When rolled together, the magnetic fields of the pips interact with each other to push and pull on each other as they're rolled. Just like all magnetic personalities.
You know what?
do.
Fuck it. Let's do it.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Can I order another?
I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded.
Damn,
just now,
okay.
so I can only produce 1 die per cut.
Okay, well, I can pick it up tomorrow. It is late on day 7, so on day 8... I'll probably wait until day 8 to actually do the endgame island stuff. Okay. But this actually does work out, because I do also need to do the, I need to try joining the book club. Pick up the dice, go to the island, offer figurines to Dolores Day. Let's go to the church, and let's try offering the figurine that I just picked up here. Bro is fucking boogieing out over there.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? The mother of humanism towers above you.
Can I not give her the figurine that I just got? Can I not give her this? Okay. Alright, let's go to the Communist Book Club. Let's go here.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
I can do that. Do I have a conceptualization? Shirts? Conceptualization. Actually, I could probably take some drugs to increase my chances of that, right? Let's see. Conceptualization. Classy, I already left. I don't even know what that is. A net is suggestion. Alright, let's take some drugs. Tools. Which, I think it's cigarettes. That increase my intellect. I only got one more use of my cigarettes left, so... Can I... God, this is so fucking buggy. Come on. Why won't it let me use my cigarettes, please? Thank you. 500 cigarettes. Oh, that's the good shit.
Just an ordinary wall.
Please?
Nothing to see here, because you see it. Finally, this wall is sublime. Look at it.
New
The
quest,
shadows,
there we go. Hell
the
yeah.
colours.
Of course I succeed at the one that has a 28% chance, because why not? Again, every time my chances of succeeding are over 30%, I feel like the game finds a way to make me fail. Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts in your brain.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of warcraft. Color peeled from the very face of God.
More!
Oh, Wallfather.
Yeah, heal morale. Kim, I must paint this wall, add even more beauty to it. No, there's nothing to add to perfection.
Huh?
Oh?
He sounds tired.
It's like, what the fuck are you talking about
You
now?
already have
Please,
that.
not more side quests.
He uses paint. It's red. And Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush. This is on.
First, I know you're tired, Kim, but take another look at this wall. Draw nourishment from its beauty. I already have the paint. I just need to get a paintbrush from Cindy the Skull.
If you must.
Yeah, more side quests. Yeah.
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes, but what is art? No, art is for arrogant blowhards. Why am I getting this?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative,
Honestly?
emotion, and agency.
Honestly, I would agree with that. Would I fit into the art world? I mean...
Have you looked in the mirror lately? To be honest, you have the exact features of the modern artist, with that wild hair and those clothes. Perhaps you should try to write poetry someday.
Like, genuinely, I
and
do
critique
believe, like,
architecture.
the things separating, like... The things separating, like, animals from, like... Well, not necessarily humans, but just the thing that's, like... That, like, separates... Just, like, an animal, a creature driven by instinct, versus a higher thinking, sentient, sapient species is its ability to create art. Its ability to, like, create self-expression, you know? Like, people will argue, like, oh, there's, like, elephants that, like, can, like, paint... They can, like, use paint to make pictures. And it's like, yeah, true, they can, like, do the physical act of, like, putting paint on a canvas. But they're not really doing it for, like, the sake of, like, self-expression, you know? Those elephants are, like, trained to do tricks, essentially. They're not really creating something of, like, a true piece of art, a true piece of self-expression. They're just putting paint on a canvas because that's what they've been trained to do. I think, like, once you have, like, the intrinsic desire to, like, pick up a pencil and create something of your own, that's what finally separates you from, like, essentially being a lower form animal and a higher thinking, sentient, sapient being, you know? And that is why AI artists are lower than animals, because they can't create for their own. Like genuinely, like, AI art is, like, and these quote-unquote AI artists are, like, genuinely... there's no way for me to say this without sounding extremely rude, but, like, I mean, fucking AI artists are stealing from artists anyway, so I don't think they deserve any grace. But, like, genuinely, this is why AI artists are, like, no higher than just base form animals, you know? Because they have no desire to create. They have no desire to, like, create any form of self-expression. So yeah, fuck AI artists. Let's continue with this. Hold on, is architecture also art? I guess I have been feeling critical lately. That's stupid. Architecture is stupid.
Of course not. It's auto. Box drawing. Masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever.
Hey, listen, that could be art too.
You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
Wait, what about music? Is it art? I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Only the most experimental kind.
Okay, now I'm starting to kind of disagree with that. Music, I think music is also, like, probably one of the purest forms of self-expression. Because I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
You're not wrong. You'd prefer to make art yourself than AI doing it, or to commission someone, or anything else, really. Yeah, like, genuinely, because here's the thing. Like, AI art on a surface level, it looks nice, you know? Like, because that's just how it is. It steals from various artists to, like, cobble together some kind of fucking monstrosity that looks nice on a surface level, but when you really dig into it, it's just, like, a fucking sloppy mess. You know? And it's like, when you look at AI art, like, you feel nothing. You don't feel anything when you look at AI art. Like, sure, it's nice to look at from a purely visual standpoint, but there's nothing deeper than that. There's, like, no emotion, there's no soul, no feeling behind it. Meanwhile, if I look at, like a kid's drawing, like, shitty crayon drawing on a piece of paper with, like, fucking messy-ass stick figures, like, sure, it doesn't look nice, but it has soul behind it, you know? It embodies the human spirit, the drive to create something. And I think that's beautiful, you know? It's worth more than, like, the nicest fucking, like, AI recreation of the Mona Lisa that anyone could ever prompt. It's like, it's essentially no better than, like, a stock image. And even stock images have more value than AI art, because someone had to go through the effort of creating the poses and, like, the situation and the props in a stock image and taking the picture, you know? Someone still came up with an idea, and they made people pose for that idea, and they took a picture of that idea. Like, AI art is literally, it quite literally is just the equivalent of white noise. Because it has no value and it adds nothing. It's ugly when you really look into it. It's like the artistic equivalent of, like, eating cardboard. Like, sure, it fills your stomach, but you're not getting any nutritional value out of it, right? It's too automated. It's not like someone did. The details are, like, set unique art style. Yeah, there's, like, it's because there's no decision making. There's no thought process behind any of the choices made in an AI image. It's like that just because it is. And because of that, there's no value in AI art. You can't see the human behind it. The reason why art is valuable isn't because it looks nice, it's because it embodies, like, someone out there created that, right? Like, someone out there had a desire to create, and they poured time and effort and just their own, like, human soul into creating something. Even in, like, the worst deviant art, like, fetish art slop, even that has more value than AI art, because someone out there had the desire to create, even if it was fucking awful. Even if it's fucking awful, like, at least it makes me feel something. Whether it's, like, cringe or, like, disgust, it makes me feel something, you know? And that has more value than AI art, which makes me feel nothing. I would rather feel negative emotions than no emotions, if that makes sense. Wait, but I don't have to be 100% cop to get the case finished and all that. Okay, if 50% art critic is what's needed to free me from rote repetition, so be it. No, I cannot risk being another capo diversion at this point. Go away. Go away!
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
Let's fucking do it.
It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. You must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead.
I got a new thought. Yippee!
Criticisms, art cop.
I don't like the term art cop, though. I feel like those are, like, two inherently, like, oxymoronic words. I feel like art cop is in and of itself, can't even look at this shit. -1 perception. I feel like that's kind of a, oxymoronic term, art cop. I feel like policing the way others do art is inherently against the spirit of art. It's why fascists can't create art, you know? It's because they inherently have an inherent misunderstanding of what art is and what it stands for. Like, there's a reason why one of the things the Nazi regime tried to do was destroy quote-unquote degenerate art. You feel that? Yeah. Like I said, like, trying to police art, trying to, like, trying to, like, destroy art that you personally disagree with, saying that something, like, quote-unquote, like, a banana taped to a wall, because you know how people fucking weirdo right-wingers like to bring that up all the time. Like, oh, this isn't art. And it's like, I don't know. The fact that you keep talking about it after all these years, the fact that this banana taped to a wall has you all so fucking angry. I feel like that says something. I feel like that can be classified as art. It's Duchamp's fountain all over again. I need to talk to Cindy. Cindy is over here. But, like, if you don't know the history behind Duchamp's fountain, Duchamp, the artist of Fountain, essentially, what he did was he took a urinal. He took a urinal, just straight up a fucking urinal, plopped it down and said, "This is art. I'm calling this my work of art. I'm calling it Fountain. This is my work of art." And fucking fascists and conservatives got so fucking mad. They got so fucking mad about that. Because, like, how can a urinal be art? And it sparked, like, a whole discussion about, like, what is and isn't art, you know? Like, what the meaning of art is. And it's like, yeah, it is art. Because someone had to sculpt it. Someone had to sculpt it, create it. It's made out of porcelain. Like, it's a sculpture. It's a functional sculpture, but it's a sculpture. And, like, sure, it's made for someone to piss into, but does that not make it someone's creation? Does that not make it art? And it's like, I don't know, maybe it's my fucking... Maybe my art student is coming out a little bit too much right now, but it's like, I think it's fascinating. I think it's fascinating, the idea of, like, this quote-unquote, like, degenerate art pissing off, like, fascists and right-wingers so much. And we're seeing that again with the fucking banana taped to a wall, right? Like, it was initially meant as a joke, right? Because the banana being taped to a wall, I think that was, like, originally, like... I think it was, like a bunch of teenagers just duct tape a banana to a wall as a joke in, like, a modern art museum. And, like, sure, they might not have intended for that to be art. They might have intended for that to be a joke. But, I mean... Doesn't that say something about, like, the state of the art world? You know, like, why would that be considered a joke? Why is a banana being taped to a wall a joke? Why did people think that it was an art piece and start taking pictures of it? It's because it was done... this joke, this prank, was done inside an institution meant for displaying art. And it says something about, like, the setting of, like, art, the institution of art museums themselves, the overall, like, world, like, public view of, like, what art is and what art isn't, the discussion that it sparked, all of that. Is that not art? I don't know. I'm getting way too into this. Let's continue with the funny cop game. Cindy, no doubt. Could it be the Phasmid? No, probably not. I had two options there. I had two purple options there. Where did the other one go? Alright.
Would you mind? We've got group business to take care of.
That means go home, gendarme.
Wait, can I not join your book club anymore? Yeah, Steban's checks it here anymore. That's kind of disappointing. Well, I don't know where Cindy is. Maybe she'll be here in the morning? Joyce is gone. Went to the village on the coast, officer. See you there. Joyce says the note on the post. Well, Joyce, you decided to leave at a pretty fucking bad time. I mean, you consider, like, anything a person has done by hand or actual work art? Yeah, exactly. Like, again, like, architecture. people will argue like, oh, architecture isn't art. That's just like infrastructure. You're making that for a practical purpose. And like, well, art doesn't have to be like purely impractical, you know? Art can be practical. Art can serve a purpose. Art can be architecture. It can be infrastructural integrity. It could be it can be like a urinal, you know? Like again, like Duchamp's fountain. The spirited trips and clicks of swallows fill the air. At the end of the day, someone had to plan out and create and go through the effort of making something. Is that not art? Like, I think that's the beauty of the world, you know? You can walk by pretty much anything man-made. Like, you walk through the world, and you walk by so many things that humans have created. Buildings, like, stairs, like, a block of concrete that just got, like, chipped off the sidewalk and is lying on the road. Like, that was made by human hands. And I think that's beautiful. Every day you're walking past, like... You're walking past things that human hands have created. Proof that someone lived in this world and created something. And when you start viewing the world that way, like, it becomes a lot more beautiful and exciting, you know?
It's getting cold. This late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Alright, good night, Kim.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
I guess in a way that's kind of why I like streaming, you know? I like experiencing, like, the art and video games with you guys. I want to make my own mark on the world, if that makes sense, you know? I want to experience art, and I want to leave my own mark on the world, and if even one person watches my streams, I feel like I've accomplished that goal.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run
Alright,
down.
let's go on to day 8.
Still, you've earned a rest.
You could theoretically count video editing as an
Almost
art.
like home now. Quiet and dignified.
Hold on, let me wait for this to finish talking.
Life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired.
Oh, I'm so
The
EP.
darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
But you're not exactly an artist in that form. You could be in many forms, though, for sure. Honestly, I consider video editing to be an art. If you're going by, like, the pure definition of, like, oh, it takes skill, then, like, I would say that is an artistic endeavor. Because for me, like, I would not consider myself a video editor, because I don't really know much about editing. Also, thank you for the head pats, I appreciate it. I really don't know much about editing other than, like, clipping out, like, I guess, exciting moments from my stream. And, like the most I do, like, in terms of video editing is, like, making the videos that I put on TikTok, right? And that's just, like, basic, like, cropping, clipping, like, the actually exciting moments from my streams. But, like, people who, like, put, like, crazy-ass, like, edits in their videos, like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, the fucking, like, green screen shit, fucking, like, the masking and, like, layering and all that stuff. Like, I can't wrap my mind around that. Like, I've poured all of my artistic talents into just being able to draw good. I don't think I have the time or energy to invest that into learning how to edit a video. And because of that, I have a lot of respect for the people who do, you know? I think that's an art. You've been editing since you were 13, so it just kind of slowly blossomed from self-learning and research? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a honed skill. It's something that you took the time to learn and poured your talents into, right? So I would consider that art.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea until there's suddenly light.
Like, I think as long as you're creating something for the sake of, like, once you create something for the sake of, like, for the sake of creation itself, like you make something because you just feel like making something. I think once you do something like that once, you're an artist now.
This respite. You've earned it, brother.
You've earned it, brother. I love the voice acting for the ancient reptilian brain.
Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget everything you've managed to remember.
But I've been bad. I haven't earned this. Is this the last stream?
No, you haven't. You've just been.
Is this the last stream?
No, this is the one before that.
Ah.
We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind.
Basically telling me, hey,
As
you got
long
one
as
more
we
night before the
can.
game ends.
Spin it like black
Because the game ends on day 10, and this, well, I'm gonna wake up day 8.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Thank you, darkness. Thank you.
You're welcome, Harry boy. You earned it.
Fall into a deep, uninterrupted sleep.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested.
Wow.
There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however, or as much as shiver from the cold.
The life hack to getting a good night's sleep. Just get shot the day before. Open your eyes. I mean, 10 years, you may not know, like, more complicated things, but you do know basic masking and chroma keying easily. Your only issue is time optimization for it. Definitely feels like an art piece to finish. Oh, yeah. I would say that, like, probably one of my biggest insecurities as an artist is just how long it takes me to finish a piece. Like, even, like, the most basic, like, doodle, it'll take me, like, several hours. And it's like... I guess I could chalk it up to me being, like, a perfectionist, and I want to get, like, every line, every pixel perfect. But at the same time, it's like... I mean, it's still something that I'm kind of, like, insecure about, you know? Because, like, any schmuck could make a masterpiece if they have enough time to work on it, you know? Anyone could paint the Mona Lisa if they had, like, 50 years to do that. But at the same time, like... I mean, I guess I kind of have to thank AI art for existing. Because now I can just look at my art. I can look at, like... I can look at art and be like, aw, man, I could have, like, spent less time on this. I could have, like, worked harder on this. I could have done better. And then I look at some fucking asshole using AI art. And then I'm like, well, at least I'm not that guy. At least I actually created something with my own 2 hands. And I can be proud of that. I thought that wouldn't be too high of a bar to clear, but nowadays it's like... Nowadays I can't be too sure. For real though, that's you with video editing? I mean, again, like, it doesn't... I feel like... How do I put this? I guess this is kind of, like, hypocritical of me to say, since I just said that, like, the amount of time I spend on my art is something I'm insecure about. But I think, like, it doesn't really matter as long, like, how long you take to make a piece of art, as long as you are proud with the end result. That's all that really matters. Alright. Oh. Interesting. This is all bunched up into a single day now. Pick up the dice on the dice from the dice maker and add even more beauty to the wall. Alright. Let's go ahead, talk to Cindy first. I'm like trying to do as much as I can before the, before I have to like do the endgame stuff. Studio Ghibli AR has been the worst thing to see lately, but it'll always make others want to pick up a pen or actually try and learn it. Oh yeah, I've seen the trend of people like running shit through a Studio Ghibli AI filter, and it's like, Where is Cindy? Did she leave? Do you know where she went?
Give me a moment.
But it's like... It's depressing because it goes against everything that, like, Studio Ghibli stands for. I think there's a clip of, like, Hayao Miyazaki looking at, like... It's not... I don't think it was, like, AI art. It was, like, a piece... It was, like, a 3D model that people, like, used AI to, like, try and teach it to walk. And they presented it to Miyazaki, and he looked at it and he was like, I think this is an insult to life itself. Like, Miyazaki himself would fucking hate. He would fucking hate people, like, running his shit through, like, AI filters and, like, basically ripping off his fucking art.
This door is made of metal.
I don't know what I'm doing here. I think Cindy's gone. I don't think I can... I don't think I can fulfill this, this quest now. Ah, that fucking sucks. But again, it's like, these people don't care. These people don't care what Hayao Miyazaki would think. They don't give a shit. Because if they did, they wouldn't be doing this AI art bullshit in the first place. Speaking of AIs, get the fuck out of here, you stupid fucking bot.
Trying to sneak up on me.
We are living through confusing and depressing times, but at this point, the best we can do is just continue doing what's right, and hopefully things will right themselves in the end. Let's see. Gotta go to the dice maker. They'll say, yeah, they won't, but some people always will eventually figure it out. I mean, it's a trend. It'll die out, you know? All I can really hope is that AI will die out in the same way that NFTs will. God, remember NFTs? Some people still, like... Some people are still fucking coping about, like, oh yeah, my stupid NFT monkey... My monkey PNG will make me rich in, like, 10 years. And it's like, dog, nobody's even thinking about that anymore. Just admit that you, like, wasted, like, $1,000 on stupid bullshit. NFTs deserve that a lot. It was so lifeless. God, if... Honestly, like... If anything, I'm glad NFTs were a thing. Because it has lost so many fucking, like, crypto asshole tech bros so much money. And I will take pleasure in that fact.
You again. Are you looking for a die?
I came back to pick up my die.
Excellent. That will be 10 real for one set of magnetic dice. This was an especially fun set to make.
Look at them.
Dazzling. It's like you have a pair of tiny disco balls in your hand.
I really hope that this is gonna help me on some checks on the island. Can I order another?
Sorry. I'm a bit
Damn. Okay, fine. Well... Oh. Look at the map tab in the journal to see which white checks have been opened. Does this open any checks? No, it did not. I don't know why the fuck it told me that. Anyways. I have these new pair of die. Oh, hello? Is this Emma's atelier? I don't know what that means. Looks like the remains of the 24th window repair shop. Alright. I think I have done all that I possibly can in this area, so... Time to cross over into the point of no return. Actually, you know what? No, there's one more thing I can do. There's one more thing I can do before I leave.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low...
Let's see, where is it? Savoir Faire. Do I have any of it? That's -1 Savoir Faire. That's -1 again. Alright.
You see several...
Give me that fucking raincoat.
Raincoats. The girl
Shit.
delves into the magazine. Hair covering her face. Vision obscured.
Well.
She cannot see your hand move.
Try to grab a package, any one of them. Slip it up your sleeve and...
Oh no. I said don't let it fall out with a thump. What did you do?
Uh-oh.
Did you?
The girl stares at the package lying on the floor. It looks a little sad as it lies on the dusty floor.
I mean, I didn't just see a middle-aged man try to steal a 4 real raincoat, did I?
Well, I mean, $4 is $4. No, you didn't. I didn't do it. I'm sorry, I'm such a mess lately. Don't judge me. I need it for an official police investigation.
Really? A plastic poncho?
Yeah. Yeah.
The clerk stares at you, but doesn't say a thing for a moment or two. She's like 14.
God!
You're humiliated in front of a minor. What's wrong with you, son?
I lost 2 points of morale for that.
I mean, it doesn't even cost that much. Like, why would you want to fuck with Frit over something like this?
Stop, you're gonna make me lose even more morale.
Fucking with Frit is dangerous, you know. Just leave it there. I'll put it away later. Yes, buy it, please. Don't steal it.
The clerk removes the garment from the dusty floor and hands it over.
A wrong has been made right.
Okay, well, I thought she was gonna, like, kick me out of the store permanently.
This will keep you nice and warm out there.
Okay. Well, I thought that was gonna kick me out of the store permanently, so... Honestly, it went better than I thought it was gonna go. Who knows, it might be useful later. How have you been, by the way, this week overall? I've been pretty good. I got to hang out with some friends. I got to play some more Monster Hunter. I finished the, I finally finished the story last stream, which means that I can do whatever I want now in the overall game on my own time. I made more progress on packing my stuff, 'cause honestly, I'm like a little nervous about how moving is gonna go, because I'm not moving too far away. I'm just moving to like essentially like a different place in like around like the same city essentially. But still, you know, I'm still getting my own place for the first time. But yeah, it's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be fun. Where the fuck am I going? And I really hope I can get my PC and my internet set up on the day that I move in, so that I can get back to streaming for you guys, especially during the Splatfest.
Be careful out there.
Okay. Well. Only one thing left to do.
The skiff floats on the... Once you get in, that's it. Have you made all the necessary... Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox. What? How do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island? You heard me. Don't make me repeat myself. Say nothing.
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Hell yeah. Hold on. No, wait. I gotta put on the boombox. Where is it? Yeah. Now we're ready.
Have you made... Remember what...
Hope that goes great. I hope it does as well. Moving is tough for a bit. Once you adapt, you're fine. Yeah, I guess I'm just more nervous about, like... I guess not the moving process itself, but more like if I'll be able to, like... how well I'll be able to live on my own, you know? Well, technically it's not on my own, because I'll be living with Mason. But still, you know? I like Harry standing... his fucking power stance with the boombox. Interesting music choice, though. Very somber. It's like the game is making it very clear that this is the point of no return. You figured? You think it'll go great for us? Hell yeah! I've already paid the all the costs for the first 2 months of rent, so at the very least I don't have to worry about that. There's the familiar piano. The familiar piano melody. This is beautiful, but also fucking terrifying, because I have no idea what I'm gonna see on that island. What is that? Is that an oil spill? The slow sailing of no return. The good thing is, at least I'm not nearly dead. I don't know, I have like a bad feeling that Harry isn't gonna survive the game. Like, I have a bad feeling that the game is gonna end with Harry dying.
Slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then
he's so sad, look at him.
Silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Let's fucking go. Go to the island. There's a lot of stuff here. A makeshift bridge. The bombs were so powerful enough to break the foundation. The rest chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
You can see the oil dripping from the top of that. Alright. Attention, inflammable. There's a lingering trace of mazut in the air. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel, black viscous. Ah, that's where the oil is coming from. What is down here, though? A rock? These towers are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Can I not go over here? Okay. Yeah, there's no more fast travel. There's not really a need for a map anymore. The music here is kind of dramatic.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What is that flutter?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter.
On the islet, there is almost no wind. Just
Why is Kim vibrating? Look at him go.
air through the reeds.
He's like,
Bulrushes swaying.
he's like, Harry, I'm so cold.
Long dried leaves.
Detective,
chafing.
I need a jacket.
The great ghost of the air is holding its breath.
Kim,
Yes?
why are you shivering?
This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrating on how.
Have you noticed how fucking quiet it is?
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
Mm-hmm, wait, I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
To the west.
A silent hiss. See air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers.
Ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on the meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Below the silence?
Golda mama dakwa.
Okay. Open your eyes, stop listening. What is that? Can't go there. This barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. Warm blood trickles down your armpit. The ligature is off. It's nothing. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. Guess we have to go in here. Let's make sure my clothes are, like, the best they can possibly be. Yeah, I think this is like the best I can do right now. Let's do this. There's a lot of things here. This was once an armament rest. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire, survivor's kitchen. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. Fallon shirt? Okay, I'll take it. This great blast storm must have weighed over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it. I'll take magnesium. Money. And more magnesium. +2 empathy, -1 composure. Interesting.
books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
Animal Adventures?
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Conceptualization, hold on.
Soft covers. There's a greasy old spring mattress
Grease.
in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently? Do you think whoever slept here there are signs that someone lives?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling
Ooh,
tired.
okay.
I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Maybe a little shut-eye, just an hour. Go to sleep. No time to rest now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Interesting. I can rest right now. Let me check everything else first.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Oh, pour fuel into the tank? I can do that? Where do these wires lead? What kind of generator is this? Tap on the side? What does this mean? A generator here?
Upstairs, somewhere.
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tap on the
With
side.
a hollow ring, the canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean? A generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I mean, why is it here? Say nothing.
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Pour fuel.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Nice. Alright, anything else I can do here other than sleep and that one white check? I can go over here.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side? How do we open this?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door and at its bigger brother, then at the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right, we opened the big one. Do you see any controls anywhere? I find us not opening it highly unlikely. Sure, you're right, we won't have to open it.
I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open. Fuel. Generator. Another part of the island, probably.
Okay. The hatch is jammed shut.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the keyboard. What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Push light interior, slide radio dial.
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange.
Slide radio dial.
The dial slides under the glass, dark and silent. Restoring electric power has not breathed life into it.
Emergency
The glass
open.
door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Nice. It's taking a long time to open.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
After you.
What's there? I point at the door. I'm scared.
Don't be. I have a gun.
He takes his sidearm and checks the barrel and holsters it again. I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The
Kim, I'm
wind
scared. Can you
picks
hug me?
up, then
Can you
dies
kiss me,
down
maybe?
again.
Hold me close. Anything over here? What is this? Hold on. Water rushes below, far down below. What is that? Ooh, things hidden under the stairs. A firing slit. You can't see inside. Let's replace my flashlight with the gun. Because I don't know what's going to be out here. What's this? Must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. Distant sound of cargo ships. Signal horns echo on the water. I can go over here. If I talk to Kim.
Yes?
Ah, nothing. Alright. Is there anything here on the shore? Really? Nothing over here? Okay. Okay.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in with a bottle in your hand.
A bottle in my hand? Why? But it's so cold. Raise your sight.
Always.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, in front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing, smelling of tutti frutti.
I love tutti
and
frutti.
betrayal. Maybe you know it's going to hurt.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Yes, please. No, 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 no.
Yes, 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 yes. No, no. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Raise your sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Shake your head. You're not getting me today, Death Drive. The winch is broken, Russ has eaten what remains of the chain. Is there really nothing else out here? I can go up this way. The inside of the fortress. You make out the console and the blast door. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince, then you continue. What the hell is this? A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with dramine. I'll take it. Thank you. I don't know why it's giving it to me now, and it kind of scares me. The depot that supplied this chain is long gone from the coast. I'm guessing that's more fuel for, in case I didn't have the fuel canister from before. Yeah. I'm guessing this is for when, for if I didn't have any fuel for the generator there.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
Maybe the perpetrator shot Laylee from here?
This looks like a good place to aim from.
Lieutenant looks around. He steps closer with his hand on his gun. Inspect the mattress, inspect the wall.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground.
Beans?
Filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick out one from the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
I saw the same brand of cigarettes extinguished in Land's End, point west. Someone's been smoking Tio Moteri cigarettes.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slot in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you.
This is pretty fucking
like
cool.
A tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper. Its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two is the trajectory
The
going
box-shaped
straight
silhouette of the
into...
whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker, there it is. I can't be 100% certain, but nah, there it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
Yep.
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside the room. Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see to the roof.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I can make it. I can make the shot.
I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Finally, better late than never. Why didn't we come here before? Booyah, Master Copwork. Booyah, doo-doo-doo-doo!
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
You're right. 6 people are dead. We could have branded it.
Don't beat yourself up.
No, I shouldn't have done that.
We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
He looks north over the fortification, then adds.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
He looks behind his back, and Martinez on this island, right here, points at the mattress.
You think so? We would see them if they were here.
I was wondering if Harry was, making a statement like, maybe I shot him before I lost my memories.
But this island, on the other hand...
You think he's here?
Or she. We should move.
Splatoon reference? Doo-doo-doo-doo! Me when I see the word booyah. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. I have a really bad feeling. Maybe now is a good time to rest. Just an hour.
Oh,
The offer still stands. Take it.
the bed is quite inviting.
Maybe a little shut-eye, just an hour.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
Curl up with your knees close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Damn, really? That long?
Sleep.
I did not realize it was going to be that long. I probably should have explored more. Kim? Lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside the beach. Kim? Why is that closed? The door is back like you never opened it. Kim? Okay, now I'm scared. Kim? Go down the chain. There's something there. Now do it. Walk into the water. You see her footprints in the water. Ooh. Okay, this is a dream.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
Okay, this is 100% a dream.
Okay, don't say you need to...
What happened to my husband?
Right,
he better not be cheating on me.
This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go.
Hey, something's off. Where are you going? What's in the bag? Can we stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown. Go. Goodbye. Hey.
Hey.
Hey, that's all I get? Smile. How are you doing? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you. Say nothing.
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
This Dolores Day is clearly meant to be, like, a stand-in for, like, his actual wife or girlfriend or whoever it was. I'm not doing very well. I'm dying. I'm ruined in a ruined flak tower. Blood is dripping down my chest. In my head, I miss you. I'm in my head. I miss you.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
Do you miss me there? Okay, I'll go back into mine then.
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
She stares at her feet, the zebra stripes in the intersection. On the intersection, the lights of the video rental glow in her hair.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Something's off.
I'm sorry. I was headed to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She stops mid-sentence, glances to her right, then looks at her bag.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my... You don't have time to tend to my emotions?
She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Oh yeah, of course, just the crown of immortality. Aren't you already wearing one? Cool.
Oh, this.
She corrects the wreath on her forehead.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder, silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway.
Your skin is holy and soft.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin.
Hmm.
I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
You are. None of the others are as beautiful as you. Yes, let's not. I'm sorry I said that.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
I know you still love me. Kiss her. Red check. I mean, it's got a high chance of succeeding. It's not a very good way for things to be. I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day. I bought you this figurine of a headless fallen rider. Give it to her. But you said I have a vast soul and you will always come back to me. Mass murderer, you're not even human. Don't go.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I thought you liked figurines. I thought the figurines were for getting you back. Okay.
Please don't give me any gifts.
She looks at the airport bag, then at you.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day.
She looks at you quizzically. It does not seem like a mystery she wants to get into. You're the X-something. You're the Morning. You're just an evil ape. We're all just evil apes. On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundi and Insulindi, and nothing else. Conclude. You're the X-something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Who? Everyone? Shut up and talking to her.
Everyone.
Literally all of you.
I should have stayed down. I should have gone deeper, to a place where I never met you, because it's impossible to meet people in the abyss of the void. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closure.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
Cool, cool, your friends. Say hi to your friends for me then. This is so grotesque. Say nothing. Just look at her.
She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten, frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag. 1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane.
You're the Morning.
The Morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant the Morning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead. It's probably better that you don't.
Oh my God, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the Morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32.
32.
People my age are not supposed to mourn.
She breathes out. It sounds more angry than a sigh.
This is a bit much for me. It feels like your ribs are cracking around your heart.
That's so hurtful. Good, I think I feel a heart attack coming. Just rub your chest and moan.
Then why are we doing it?
The advisor to the Queen of Suzerain sighs and looks down at the crumbling asphalt. You're just an evil ape. We're all evil apes.
You don't have to hate the world. Can't you see how kind and beautiful everything is? I don't have time to deal with your pessimism. There are so many people at the stop at this hour. They're all going to the aerodrome.
Beautiful world, beautiful aerodrome. Evil aerodrome taking everything away from me.
See?
She smells as if a weight is lifted off her shoulders.
The weight is you and your hate.
On second thought, you're Dolores Day.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
The tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
But that's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But
she looks at her feet. Little golden sandals cover her toes. But what? Tell me there's something good. That's it. I have some other questions for you.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
I'm not getting over it at all. You're right, I don't even remember who you are anymore. Haha. Maybe, I think I've reached the end of the investigation.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you.
She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are light blue, flecked with green.
But I can.
It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it.
20 years? That's so much time. So you felt that way once, that you cannot live without me? With all my strength, I can't. It's like eating rocks. It doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we can try again? Okay then, super okay. I still have other things that I need to know.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
So you felt that way once, that you cannot live without me?
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
There is a silence. She looks at you over her shoulder, then corrects the wreath on the dome of her forehead. As you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars.
Let's go back. I still want to see the other options.
What other things? We've been through all the things, Harry.
But you said I have a vast soul and you will always come back to it.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork. It doesn't matter anymore.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
I have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Start reciting. You know what I mean. You left me a letter saying that you will always come back to me, that you can't believe how happy you are with me.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows, until by the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me up completely. I step on the light rail and look back, something bow collector. I know it'll be like this, until I walk back to you. You, every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You are a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
No, I'm not happy. There's more. Kisses, kisses, kisses. It's a good thing I'm already passed out and bleeding this time, otherwise I'd pass out again.
Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100,000,000 years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
I was cool?
The coolest.
Hell
With
yeah.
your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
A ticket stub?
Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first, I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face, the octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think, were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me, talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
Can't you turn back to the person you were? I can see her in you, under the gown and that wreath.
And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Cheap flats, the rich man took you from me. It won't help anyway.
Yes, I have found someone for whom I can feel the same. A copy of my love for you.
Ooh, that's got a fucking
Only
sting.
This time he is careful and rich. He will not lose me. It will go somewhere. It will grow.
Your heart burns. Through the blackness you feel the treacle of blood on the mattress below you.
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny?
No, this is very funny. Ha ha ha. Yes, you are the least funny part about me. What did you mean by grow?
I hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you. I hope the decades it takes for you to get over me have already passed.
Voyager Road, I know that place. Where is it?
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos.
The house.
There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
What now? What happens now? What is the next thing we talk about?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
I know you still love me. Kiss her. Me and my fucked up outfit.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
But I succeeded. I feel her breath, her cheek against mine. Cold silver against my forehead. Squeeze her wrist. Move your mouth.
This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror.
Ooh.
I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me.
Ooh. I like the meta, like, but I succeeded the check, and they're like, you shouldn't have fucking listened to me, man. How did you think it was gonna go? I feel her breath.
Her chest rising like a pillow. Warm exhalations.
Will you marry me, kiss? This is a little worse than that. This is more of a, please don't fucking leave me kiss.
Hidden, distant, kept safe from you.
Her cheek against mine.
Feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries.
Cold silver against my forehead.
A delicate wreath on her forehead, pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air.
Squeeze her wrist.
Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A current of unease courses through it. Distrust. For you. The curve of her spine. Her shoulders hunched. She keeps herself stiff. Her center guarded from your motions. unresponsive to your guidance.
Move your mouth.
Nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricots.
You're not kissing me back.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there.
Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I felt.
I like that. Like, bro, you should just fucking kill me. I fucking failed you, man. Fucking execute me. I fucked up, man. So I'm so sorry. You didn't kiss me back. Why didn't you kiss me back? That's it, then.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
She slides her hands down her chest and onto her lower stomach and smiles.
I'm pregnant.
Is it mine? It's not mine. Swallow.
Of course not.
Yikes. She looks down at her belly, then up into your old eyes.
I terminated yours.
Ooh, shit.
Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck.
Ooh, shit.
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
You're not even human.
I'm actually very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and wreath, I have an ordinary soul and ordinary thoughts. The only thing inhuman about me is this.
She looks around.
This thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it.
I was already thinking it, but I decided to...
so far gone, Harry. I don't even...
I was already thinking it, but I decided to say nothing just in case, like, maybe I was interpreting it wrong. But it seems like this is clearly Harry's ex, right? His ex-wife, ex-girlfriend, whatever. And in his mind, he's, like, deified her almost. Like, in his mind, she's Dolores Day. This, like, goddess-like figure. She's not even human anymore. Very... pretty basic, but interesting symbolism. No, you're special. You had glowing lungs. Okay, I'm not going to push it. I have other questions.
My lungs do not glow, Harry. I am just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into some kind of...
I forgive you that you're pregnant. I can deal with it. I can still make your lungs glow. I know I can, if only you let me. You're right. You don't have glowing lungs. You don't deserve them. But then this is all meaningless.
No answer. The arches of her brows quiver as she looks you in the eye and backs away from you.
You won't do any of that. You can barely make her cry.
A warm gust wraps her gown around her waist and between her thighs. All the roads will miss her footsteps when she's gone from here. A completely different world.
I miss you so much. I want to go back to the completely different world. The see-through world with you. Say nothing.
Please, Harry. I don't understand what you're saying. You're pitiful and frightening. A smoky apparition of its former self.
Mass murderer.
That is very contested by modern historians. Very contested. Plus...
I like how, like, she is, like, simultaneously his ex, but also Dolores Day. How, like, she's answering to, like, both of my statements here. Because, like, mass murderer is definitely referring to Dolores Day. But everything else was, like, about his ex. You know, if anything, this might seem kind of like a goofy comparison, but this reminds me of, like, the, that one episode of BoJack Horseman, where, like, spoilers alert, I guess, for BoJack Horseman, but, in the episode where he's, like, dying, and he's, like, kind of entering, like, this weird fugue dream state, this, like, fucking death-fueled fever dream, and he's, like, meeting, like, all the people that he's, like, I guess all these people who have, like, died in his life before. One of the characters that he, like, meets in his dream state is his dad. Except it's not really his dad. It's, like, a combination of his dad and, like, this, like, secretariat, like a celebrity that he looked up to. It's like his dad and this celebrity that he looked up to like fused into the same character. And like the symbolism behind that is that like, well, while growing up he was neglected by his parents, so he turned to the TV for like he basically just turned to like TV shows as he was growing up, and Secretariat was his idol. He looked up to this celebrity a lot, and he almost became like this father figure to him, because like his own father, his real life father, wasn't doing anything to like help raise him or like be a positive role model for him. So instead he turned to this TV celebrity instead. Which is why they're like kind of fused into like the same figure in his death-fueled dream state. And in this situation here, it kind of feels like almost the same thing, you know?
You're only saying this because things didn't work out between us. I have to go to the aerodrome now. I don't have time to defend myself from these accusations.
And here it's like Harry is fusing like this deity figure, this Dolores Day figure, with his ex, and showing that he almost like he put her on a pedestal. He like almost deified her. But also like throughout the game he's had like these like very uneasy feelings about Dolores Day and how like she's a murderer and how like he hates her. And it's like it's very interesting how those feelings kind of like merge into each other, right? He sees Dolores Day as like this contentious, hateful historical figure, but then there's his ex who he wants back, and he misses, and he's like almost begging for her to come back. And I think those two emotions being like merged together into a single being is interesting.
Stop making her angry. She won't start loving you again if you call her a mass murderer. Seriously.
Would you say you haven't behaved like a mass murderer? Would you say you haven't behaved like a mass murderer with me? You're right, I'm sorry. You're soft and good, not a mass murderer.
You were very bad to me too. We've talked about it like 7 million times now. I don't want to do that anymore. I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day? Yes, Harry.
A tiny golden...
It's not. But I don't know why That's it, yes. We've talked... It just but...
It's not. It's just not possible.
I wanted to go back to this
like
option right here.
Rocks.
It doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again.
No, Harry. We can't.
Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice, and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
Let's try building communism twice. If it doesn't work, let's abandon it and be slaves forever instead. What went wrong when we tried again? I can't do it better. Okay, I won't ask anymore.
Yes, of course.
Oh, I can do it better.
I'm bourgeois because I don't want to keep hurting you.
She looks away from you. What went wrong when we tried again? I can do it better.
I don't know. Please.
She shuffles from one golden sandaled foot to the other. In distance, a streetcar screeches. Why? Why can't we be together?
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
Her eyes turn sorrowful ovals.
She avoids turning them to you.
Insane how? Insane like what? Like cool insane? Like, wow, that cop's crazy? I'm not insane. Don't say that. I'm the sanest person I know. Insane how?
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
What do you mean by insane?
You know what I mean.
Everyone gets a little down. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a cop. It's not easy work. Yes, I may know what you mean. Okay, I'll throw the necktie away. It's stopping me. It stopped saying things anyway.
What do you mean, stopped saying things?
It doesn't say things anymore. I think there was something I had to do with it, but I didn't, and now it's dead. I feel like that's something that I missed.
It's not about some tie, Harry. You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions.
It's because I'm a cop, isn't it?
Did someone say questions?
I don't have lists. They're not lists, they're trees. Let's talk about something else.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
No. Yes, but it's not possible to talk without trees. Dialogue trees? Lists are absolutely normal. Everyone has them. You just list everything you want to ask. But I like my lists.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad.
So it's because of my depression then.
To watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for years, and then you start beating things. You get violent. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
Lies, sire. She cannot but love you. She has said so 100 times.
Wait, can we sit down and have a coffee first? There's a cafeteria in the corner. Hold on, what is there to do in Morova? You don't want me to let you go. Not really. You asked me not to. Okay, understand. Not silently like a martyr.
No. That would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragic comedy.
You have to be in hell until the end of your life. Damn. Yeah, this entire conversation has been fucking... It's been fucking rough. But I feel like this is something that, like, he has to go through, you know? To move on. Hold on, what is there to do in Morova?
Light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you, and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into.
You don't want me to let you go. Not really. You asked me not to.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
She turns. Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
Trauma? Trauma-induced hallucinations? How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again, then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
But this is intolerably bad. I like this.
Oh yes. This is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation.
Child molestation?
Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Interesting. So how long was I really out? That was...
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Yeah, that was only about like an hour. That was a very interesting look into... Just a little glimpse into Harry's past, his past relationships. Probably a look into the reason why he is the way he is now, you know? Kind of a drunk, drug-addicted fuck-up. Fucking depressed all the time. Oh yeah, that was a rough one. And like, I guess in a way I get that, you know? I mean, I guess recently I went through something pretty similar to Harry, you know? Had a pretty messy, bad breakup. And it was fucking rough, you know? It was rough in the same... I guess I kind of have the same feelings that Harry clearly had in that conversation. Lots of conflicting emotions, you know? Combining the, like, the way that he, like, combined, like, this hateful historical figure with, like, this person that he clearly misses and loves. Like, those conflicting emotions I find, like, I guess very similar to my own experience. I will say that I've probably handled my own experience a lot better than Harry has, but... Oh yeah, that conversation was fucking rough. I think it was very well done, very interesting, very fascinating. And yeah, I like that a lot. I like that part of the game a lot. Let's solve the fucking case. My sleep was deep and invigorating. Desperately try to cover up all the blood seeping onto your hands. Am I fucking bleeding right now? Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim. Swallow the blood and conclude. Let's comb the entire island centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in this task in this task chain. Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that. Am I fucking bleeding right now? Let's solve the fucking case.
Are you okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, halfway covered in blood from your wound.
I was fucking bleeding. You didn't wake me up, Kim? My sleep was deep and invigorating.
Of course. I was just thinking maybe you've torn your stitches. Are you ready to move on?
Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
No, an ex-wife dream. Yeah, about the job. Fuck it.
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Swallow the blood and conclude. Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that.
Okay.
Alright, let's get to it.
Still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed.
Squealed? I'm so close to leveling up again. Please, I need more skill points. That's pretty real, honestly, but Harry definitely didn't handle it as well. I don't think he handled it at all. I don't think turning to substance abuse is the way to go. I still have yet to explore this part, but I feel like going through there is the point of no return. I need more conceptualization, and I don't have any more siggies left. No more siggies. So I can't artificially boost it. I just have to put on my only conceptualization shirt and hope and pray to God that my backwards luck pulls through yet again.
Soft covers, serialized, fantastic.
All right, all things communist.
Stories, animal adventures. Oh yes, under the bed there is a rather
How do I keep doing it?
critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
How do I keep fucking doing this? I had a 17% chance. I almost got double sixes. It's a 6 and a 5. Holy shit, indeed. Maybe I should just reset all my stats, you know? Just go all the way back down to, like, base stats. Because clearly, the less my chances are, the more likely I am to succeed. It's fucked up. Look, Kim, powerful communist theory, rigorous and truthful. Look, Kim, deranged commie ranting. Look, Kim, downbeat dribble for people who can't get shit done. Look, Kim, a book, left wing, I have no comments to you.
Ooh,
yeah!
I agree. Humanitarian sciences.
Yeah!
Not a lot of critical theory around in Havashol West.
Yeah, that's how I get the extra experience from my, from that one skill that makes me get experience from answering, with communist answers. Critical theory books, what do you think that means?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education, and a certain set of interests.
I'm thinking that this lends credence to the idea that the murder of Laylee was politically motivated. Because he was sent to stop the strike, right? He was sent by Wild Pines to stop the strike that was happening. So it makes sense that someone who is more left-leaning would want to take him out. Interesting. Alright. What happens if I examine the bed again?
The greasy old spring mattress.
Can I do it again?
lies in the
Maybe it's better to get back to the main.
Fuck! I want to go to sleep. I
want
want to go to sleep, Kim. Kim, I'm tired. Kim, Kim, I'm so tired.
Maybe it's better.
Fine. Maybe. But Kim, I'm so eepy. I'm so tired. Walk slow. It might be dangerous. Okay. I feel like this is a save point. It is indeed. You'll say though about Harry, you don't think you'll ever turn to substance abuse since you've seen a lot of that around, even though you had a similar experience as I said, and then maybe. Yeah, for me it was, I mean, from my experience, it was pretty easy to not turn to, like, you know, substance abuse because I had never enjoyed drinking. I just don't like the taste. I think the closest I ever got to getting drunk was when I was visiting, I was actually visiting Mason, for a bit, and he made me a couple of, a couple of cocktails, and those I actually enjoyed. And usually I don't like the taste of alcohol, because, like, you know, it doesn't taste very good. But he made something that I actually kind of enjoyed, so I ended up drinking a lot of it, and I actually got a little bit tipsy, and that was the first time I had ever gotten, like, you know, affected by consuming alcohol. And I did not like that experience. I felt dizzy. I felt like I didn't want to stand up because, like, I felt like I was going to fall over. I just did not like that experience, so I just spent the rest of the time I was visiting him just, like, lying down on the floor until I sobered up. So, yeah. If that gives you any idea of, like, my stance on, like, alcohol at the very least. But that's just alcohol. I'm not a big fan of alcohol, but I do want to try, like, you know, like, I'd smoke a weed. I'd smoke a singular weed. I have more positive feelings about, like, weed than I do alcohol because, I mean, it's not addictive. Well, not as addictive at the very least. It doesn't have, like, too adverse side effects. Like, not to sound too radical here, but, like, personally, I believe that if alcohol is perfectly legal and fine to consume, then so should weed, right? Because, like, there are so many instances of people dying because of alcohol poisoning, alcohol-induced, like, fights and abuse, drunk driving. Meanwhile, like, nobody overdoses on weed. Nobody ODs on weed. Sometimes there are, like, fights that break out over, like, weed deals and such, but, like, again, like, if alcohol is perfectly fine, and, like, alcohol-induced crimes and violence happen so much more than weed-induced crimes and violence, you know? Like, not to sound like a fucking radical, but I think one is clearly worse than the other. And the worst one is legal, so we should legalize the other one. A rubber dinghy, it's deflated, broken. Small white flower blossoms all around you. Sounds like a mood indeed. Lol, you would try it once and never again. Fucking radical, dude. The thing with weed, though, is that I would try... Oh, there's a guy there. It's probably the fireman that the kids mentioned. The thing about weed, though, is I would take edibles, but I would not smoke a blunt. And my reasoning for that is because I don't think it's healthy to smoke anything, regardless of the substances involved. I would not smoke weed simply because I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's smart to smoke anything. But I would take edibles because, I mean, like, I'm just... Like, your stomach is kind of meant to process that stuff, you know? Alright, you're the only person left to interact with on this island. So, let's talk to him.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle.
His rifle?
He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth.
Are you the guy?
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp.
So he could have hit a shot from that distance.
He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago.
So this is our
This
murderer.
man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy? You retained your eyesight. Did you close the blast door? Nice gun you got there. Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye.
The what now? I can't hear you.
Bad hearing, but perfectly good eyesight. Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position. Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
I mean, they are literally kids, but... Yeah, this is the guy who's been reading all of the communist magazines. You prefer not to smoke anything, it's purposely addictive just to get you to drop more money on it at a constant basis. Especially since secondhand smoking is like literal ass for a decent bit of your life. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's... I could never do cigarettes. I mean, I just said earlier that I don't really like smoking anything. That includes weed, cigarettes, any other drug. I just don't think our lungs are meant to like your lungs are meant to process air and nothing else. I don't think putting smoke into them is a good idea for any reason. That includes vapes as well. I don't like the idea of vapes either. I mean, at least like technically it's water, but still, you're not supposed to put water in your lungs either. Your stomach, on the other hand, like your stomach is meant to like process like whatever kinds of crap you swallow, you know? So I don't have anything against like edibles or like consumable substances that don't get you addicted heavily, if that makes sense. I don't know, my stance on drugs are weird. My stances are basically like, as long as it doesn't fucking kill me, you know? As long as it doesn't kill me or alter my health long term, I don't see any reason why not to. Also, secondhand smoke fucking sucks, man. Like, imagine just being like completely like cigarette and drug free your entire life, but still getting the same effects of like smoking a pack every day because people in your life are hooked. That's just unfortunate all around. Retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
The deserter. I fueled the generator, then used the console. How did you know it was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
He actually heard my my radio going off on the water I think.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
Come on, Kim, we got it open. We didn't say that, Kim. It was not rock and roll, it was sad FM. It was not reactionary, it was cool.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie.
I'm guessing you don't believe in depression.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating mental illness.
I don't think you should say the fascists were right about anything. Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
You live and learn, though. That's how it goes. Live and learn, Sonic. I would sing the melody "Live and Learn," but I don't actually know it. All I know is that it's a Sonic song. Is it a Belle McGrave?
It's a Triangong 446.
That is the same 446. Yep. I think we found our guy.
A samurai rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle.
It has stayed true to him. he can still make it sing.
The Sin Yao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like before, white from the ball.
His gaze turns inwards. Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too. Show him the gun in your hand.
Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck.
Hey, listen, just a second ago you were saying that the fascists were right about something.
Have you come to make me one of them?
His grip on the rifle tightens.
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more.
Lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will put you in. Do you understand?
Another spitball lands in the ashes. That's all the answer he gives.
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's afire, the next, a fire gone out. The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it down. Okay, but keep the gun down while we talk. Kim?
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's forehead.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Hey, see? I told you, I knew putting my trust in Kim was a good idea. No need for going through any scary red checks when I have Kim with me, right? The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Pick up the gun lying in the sand. Who are you? What have you been using this gun for? That's it for now, old man. Stay put.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
You always heard that song from people playing it, but never seen the context of when it was played. The only context I've seen it being played in was the third Sonic movie during the final fight. Not gonna lie, don't know anything about Sonic. That movie, fucking peak cinema though. Peak fucking cinema. I am so excited for Sonic 4, and I don't even care about Sonic. I've never even played a Sonic game. I'm not even a Sonic fan. But I'm so hyped for the movies.
Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Inspect it
The
closer.
rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch.
He's not saying
that's
that
seen
shit.
Too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut.
I don't know why they have him saying that. He is clearly not the one saying that.
On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangon, 4.46 millimeter, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said, Triagong, made in Sin Yao. This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46. The rifle has been patched and modified several times.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
And that it does.
The right type and the right calibre.
Lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun.
He's liking this.
The rifle has been patched and modified several times.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly.
It was really good to you as a person who's only played a few Sonic games, like Wii-era Sonic. Oh yeah, like... Again, like, I'm not even a Sonic fan. I think, like... honestly, the movies have only gotten better. I think the first movie, honestly, just kind of a fun movie, you know? It's just fun. It's not great, it's not amazing, but it was a fun movie. Second movie, we're approaching that, like, peak cinema. Like, we're approaching it. We're approaching that status. Like, people complain about, like, the human side plots and the stupid wedding plot. I don't care. I think the thing that made it, the thing that made it so good was how fucking unhinged the human plot was. And then Sonic 3 was, like, just genuinely good. Like, it was the right amount of unhinged, but like there's just also there was just it was just also like good writing, you know. Like good writing, like paralleling like Sonic and Shadow. Fucking Keanu Reeves being Shadow, still hilarious to me. The whole Maria thing. The only thing that I found like kind of questionable was like, I feel like Maria was meant to be like way younger than she looked like in the movie. Like I think in the original in the original game, she was like meant to be like 9 years old, right? In the movie, she was like 13. She was like in her like pre-teens almost. So I found that to be like a little questionable, but like other than that, like honestly, genuinely peak cinema. The fights, the jokes, Jim Carrey Robotnik. I hope he comes back in some way for the fourth Sonic movie because like I think Jim Carrey Robotnik genuinely makes the Sonic movies. Like I don't know, like he's clearly dead after the end of the third movie. But in the fourth movie, like I don't know, I hope he comes back as like maybe like an AI or something. I don't know. I just want more Jim Carrey Robotnik.
This looks very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
I like how I'm like fucking rambling about movie Sonic. Meanwhile, we're apprehending a murderer to a very serious, very moody music here. Who are you? What have you been using this gun for?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
So he is military, okay. Makes it a lot more believable that he could hit a shot from that distance.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turned to the reeds again, dead and dull. They did a really good job, though. Oh, yeah. And I'm excited to see where they take this. Because, like... I mean, the fourth movie is, of course, going to cover, like, Metal Sonic and Amy. I don't really know anything else about any of the other Sonic characters, though, so I don't know if they're going to make, like, a fifth movie. I don't know if they're going to turn into, like, a whole cinematic universe, but... honestly, like... I hope they take it far, because Sonic fans deserve to have something after all these years of putting up with, shitty fucking Sonic games and unhinged comics.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically
trained is an interesting word to use.
I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
The Sega Cinematic Universe.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years? How long have you been on this island?
No. I've been on other islands, too.
Okay.
I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years? You said you deserted your unit? What is this place, this island? How have you survived all this time? How have you concealed yourself all these years? You said this is your termless surrender, so you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do? That means you're a trained communist, right?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Lieutenant says softly.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology, he was like a cleric, a shepherd.
So you were like a priest, really now?
No. The opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm also a communist. I'm a moralist. Not really into politics myself. Say nothing.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
Liberast? No, I really am a communist. I have communist thoughts in my head. I'm doing it for experience.
All the real communists are dead. They died fighting for communism. Are you dead?
I'm dead inside.
You're an inert lump with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
He then turns to the old man.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism.
You said this is your termless surrender?
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed, we just try to help people. That's right, we're the good guys. We enforce the law, we keep these animals from killing each other. I know what it looks like, but I have a secret plan to turn RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. We're here with the RCM, let's leave it at that.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande.
Why are you French? Why are you French? That's the worst part, he's French.
Of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
What's reaction? It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. Yes, we all have a tiny bourgeois person in us trying to run away. What was this exactly?
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this one, when?
Lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
He gestures toward it.
Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon. But I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east. What then?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland. In the bunkers underground. Like the weakest of the weak. A mouse. frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
He looks at the sky. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Some kind of great terror. Worse than you've ever seen.
Seen what? That's definitely enough now.
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
You've lost your mind. I've always suspected the same. It's definitely enough now. Say nothing. Let him finish. Can I get more experience from this?
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Jeffrey.
Yeah! Listen, I'm just agreeing with him for the extra experience, man.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing, retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not one of them. Coalition military. Someone who's come to end this madness. Murderers. I know what you mean. Tell me something else.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Coalition military.
Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
Okay. Have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables.
Vegetal.
Collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool.
You should probably see a doctor for that.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We also have Dramamine.
We have Dramamine, another opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over and we can do it. How have you coped mentally?
I have been running out of that stuff.
A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is
I can give you some. I have like an excess. You like that Dramamine, don't you?
It's the little joys. The dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine.
This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain.
Holes in my brain?
Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also live in... Yo, I also live in hell. I also have holes in my brain, too. You know, the lieutenant is about to say something.
At least you know it. The traders of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins, glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round.
I love merry-go-rounds.
It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the 10s. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street.
Yo, Boogie Street!
Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How'd you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now.
So that's where the bunker that I found earlier led.
They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there? The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B. The basement, have you been there? The small bunker under the Feld building, have you stayed there? One more question, do you smoke Tiomotiri cigarettes?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Have you been to the weapon cache?
So you finally found it.
Weapon cache?
There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
There's a small bunker.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
One more question, do you smoke those cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoke them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water.
You've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's insane. That's steadfast. It's the length of my entire life. I don't even know what that is.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Just surviving.
Where it's morning, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people are walking. The gas streetlights have already been switched off. Further inland, in Jamrock, the streets come alive with workers. Men, women, children rushing. Muddy avenue after muddy avenue. The temperature is rising. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Is that what the letters translated to? The ones that were like painted on the in the plaza by Cindy.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Girl child revolution? The fuck is that? I'm afraid she's gone. She better come. I too have given my life to Mazovian social economics. I dare not dream anymore. Nothing in history is guaranteed, but revolution is still a possibility. The fuck is that?
Always.
I'm afraid she's
The
gone.
material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
All of that just came from who are you? More than poor health. Assess its body language. What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Well, yeah, no shit.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting.
Guns, they kill people.
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
War.
So is
War
continued
never
killing
ends.
after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while.
But what?
This is what you live for. This is the shit.
The shit.
The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemism.
Did you fucking kill that guy?
Like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
God, I wonder have I ever played Fallout or like Undertale? I haven't played Undertale, but I've seen a lot of playthroughs of it. I've seen a lot of the alternate routes, and I've had friends who played and talk about it a lot. As for Fallout, I've never actually played it, but I do think I have one of the Fallouts on PS3. I do own it. Who knows, maybe one day I might stream it on the PS3 specifically, since I do have it. I do have a PS3. I did manage to hook it up to my streaming setup at some point, but I had to pack it back up because, I mean, of course I'm moving soon. So maybe one day, maybe I'll stream some games that I have on the PS3. We'll see. So you're saying you killed people after fighting after the fight? Yeah, you killed people after active fighting stopped. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill the mercenary on the coast? I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with a gun in the last week or two? Wait, so which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
What did... Whose voice was that?
Detective.
Lieutenant turns to you with well-disguised impatience. I know you want to tell me.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong.
Why the fuck are you even here then, suggestion? Did you use that gun to shoot and kill the mercenary?
The who now?
He leans in and cups his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The corpse in the ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him? The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th. His name was Laley. He was part of a security detail here in Martinez. You know who I mean.
The worm there. In the monster armor.
Nod.
An ugly piece of work, that boy.
He flashes a gap-toothed smile.
Did you kill him?
Lieutenant takes a sudden step towards him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun.
It pretty clearly is
the
him.
The murder weapon is the perfect opener.
It pretty clearly is him. We just have to get him to admit it.
The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island. Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself in the side of your head. Okay, let's back off for a moment. Tell me this.
You lost, what? You lost.
Assess his body language. I need composure.
Going anyway.
I need composure for that. Let's go ahead and... +1 composure. Let's see. How fitting that the first pair of shoes that I started off with are the ones I'm going to need here in the end. -1 composure. I don't need that. And fuck it. Composure is Motorix. Fuck it, let's do some speed. Aw, yeah. Let's fucking do this shit. Let's do it twice. Because it's so nice. Alright, we got a +2 in Motorix right now. My composure has never been higher. Buffing myself to the end. 83% chance. Let's fucking do this.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild.
He's surprisingly okay.
Indeed. He speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings.
What, is he on like fucking drugs or something?
Surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion. From anger.
Dementia, even
grief,
worse.
Despair.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar. Yet
It's worse than a drug addiction.
when his thoughts move, they are lucid. Keen even. Not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life? Mr. Dross, are you on some kind of a psychoactive substance? Mr. Dross, are you okay? How is your memory?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
Lieutenant follows your lead.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses. Not enough money for a greedy doctor.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Are you on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
He doesn't dignify it with more of an answer. Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his
But
life?
This seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Mr. Dross, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
Fair
There
enough.
it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
One more time.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear
All
into
right.
him again. Pile it
Come on, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn
Oh, the
Maybells.
Maybells.
The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here.
Oh, yeah, and they're like they're communist symbols, right? Because I remember Renee was like ranting about that.
Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course, thank you, my head, thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no
Modern? This guy is from like,
Maybe don't
who knows
make
how
yourself
long ago.
More, though. You're not immortal.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing. There were Maybells behind the victim's window. Show him the dried flower.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here. A young woman called Clausia. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was Snow White in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A curious tremor passes his face.
Clausia.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa.
He looks at his running shoes covered in mud.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and a white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out running shoes on his feet.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Corbeil, and the size.
Does that mean they're the right shoes?
These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Drama. Who cares about the shoes? We got you without the prints, too.
Corrupt henchmen of pedophiles.
The old man shakes his head.
You're desperate to report something back to them, aren't you? Your liberal masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
Hold on.
You lost what?
Hold on. Hold on. Let me put on some of my drama clothes. The clothes that I use for drama. This might be a bit overkill, but knowing my fucking luck, we need to be overkill. It's -1 drama. Alright, perfect.
Minions of Cap.
A drop of tear into him.
Show me the
Fuck.
The maker, these are not
the size fits.
Alright.
But not the size.
Wait, maybe it's simpler than that.
Sire. He doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Okay, so good. Putting on my clothes really did matter there, because I was 2 off from losing. People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really...
The lieutenant...
No, it's the same
the prince
thing.
were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around. More.
Okay.
It's gonna crack. But you need a little...
We've done the ballistics.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
Lieutenant softens his voice.
You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all of Martinez.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Worms in my brain. Another sudden twitch, then one more one in his right eye.
Leave no stone unturned. Get him on what matters most.
I don't need your cooperation, I have your gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you.
Man, I was just trying to help.
So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We saved a lot of them. Elaine, and that musician, we handle it. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon. Point to it.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstratively. Why can't I fucking say that? Dramatically ask, you think we have the murder weapon? I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
We have the murder weapon. Lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds, then twitches once more.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. He wasn't even a rapist, really. He was just kind of an asshole. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier, too. He was a man.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
He's got a point there.
Got your attention. Now you stop eating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He breathed through flared nostrils. So you killed him, so you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Reversham.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right hand to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Just nod. Hold your breath. How did you...
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
There, a hot flash of rage almost carries the smile away. Some dark peace.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
A single word is all he gives. I'm getting more experience. I don't know what I'm going to be doing with it, but... Hey.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
Lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs and smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand.
Extract the
Do you,
motive.
detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side and then turns his eyes to the city. Now the tremor passes his right side lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
If it's part of the shit you see...
Then you pull the trigger.
Interesting.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
Interesting. So it's pretty much like he just killed them because he felt like it. He's just always looking at the city with his rifle scope, and if he just sees something he doesn't like, he shoots it.
You got him going. Connect every little.
It's kind of terrifying, actually.
Wrap this up like a gift.
Also, a hydrata for you. Thank you for that. Gonna need that after all this yapping.
Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
When did you first see the deceased? What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder? Been looking at anything else you haven't liked? You're under arrest.
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Rich hag? By that you mean Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep? Let's talk about something else for now.
Wrinkled up whore.
Whore, good strong word. I use it often myself. What is with these whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist? Moving on, the victim arrives sometime after her.
Lax sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. As to
I don't know, I kind of argue that...
The party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters.
He spits it out in dying coals. I don't know, I feel like... being, like, super uppity about, like, sexual morals and stuff is, like, kind of a fascist thing, you know? Like, getting angry at women being sexually liberated is more of a fascist thing.
So don't you sermonize me.
I don't know if this guy has all of his politics in order.
When the bourgeois does it, fiddling with their sexual organs.
Some strange glandular process takes place in him at the thought, like yeast rising. And anger too, in addition to loneliness.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing. Sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
You mean considering current day from your knowledge, you're right? Yeah. I mean, nowadays, usually, like, the people who, like, fucking foaming from the mouth, furious, angry about, like, oh, lax sexual morals are not the communists. They're not the people on the left. Whites?
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst one, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Monday with their families and polyester clothes.
What specifically did you not like?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous? Okay, then.
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out.
He really said, I
soothed
hate
in the
happiness.
arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
This man is a true hater. Honestly, I kind of respect it.
And I wanted to see his head explode.
I wanted her to see his head
That
explode.
too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head.
Honestly, bro
Now
has
that I
true hater
think of
energy. I kind of
I
respect it.
wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
He wants to see her covered in blood, to punish her.
How long have you been watching her? You wanted to punish her, so you killed him. You had feelings for that woman.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
He shakes his head and stares at the
You
ashes.
stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake.
The dream. This has nothing to do with that. Try to forget it.
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air.
She did deserve a good punishing. I hate women too, you know. I'm not like that. I don't think like that. Men are insane. Shake your head.
The world is insane.
He raises his gaze. Something glimmers in there, then it's gone. Those were interesting line of choices there. Shows... I guess it kind of... It shows, like, the thought process of, like, how easy it is for men to descend into radical misogyny after being wronged by a single woman. Like, what? This guy wanted to punish her for, like, what? Having sex? Enjoying herself? Like, I don't know. Like, that itself just kind of screams, like, a horrific levels of misogyny. Like, oh, how dare you have sex in a way that I don't like. Therefore, you should be punished and watch someone you love be murdered in front of you. Like, it's kind of... I don't know. It seems a little unhinged, deranged. How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it.
Whoa, you can't say that.
I was up in the
No, I'm just
rooms
kidding.
there.
I know he means like a
She
cigarette.
couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
And beautiful. What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Some kind of hidden container on the coast? You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid...
She made herself look like Lady Gaga.
I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you.
How did you see all this? The bruises that she was beaten?
I'm not blind, am I?
Okay, yeah, I pretty much, like... How does he know those minute details about her body? You had feelings for that woman. So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this.
I'm getting, like, fucking Frollo vibes from this. Like, oh, if I can't have her, then no one will.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why he left dried flowers behind her window?
No.
He starts to shake his head again. A sunflower on a withered stalk. So yeah, he was the one peeping through her, through the wall.
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her. You wanted to manipulate her. Say nothing.
Maybe. I told you. I have holes in my brain.
Holes
now.
in your brain. Holes in your brain.
I wouldn't just sit here.
Worms in the brain.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
He wipes his eye.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes. One more down.
Alright. How does he know those minute details about her body?
The secret path. He could have just
God, I
changed the
almost
sheet.
failed that
The
too.
prints in the dust were his.
Even with a 97% chance of success, I still almost failed it, because of course I did. The bruises on her body, any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clipped point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too.
Getting a lot of experience here.
The things they did in that little room.
I'm 1 point away from getting another skill point.
Good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head.
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
We've been here talking for over an hour now. My drugs have run out.
I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
He points towards the whirling rags.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
One more thing. The flowers, Mr. Zoss. The dried flowers that were on the roof.
What about them?
Did you leave the dried Maybells behind her window?
I did. I shouldn't have. It was a mistake.
A tremor passes the right side of his face. Why did you?
I was there one night, and she was crying.
Oh, we already...
Yeah. Yes.
You went to manipulate her.
I told you.
A sudden... In one more...
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods.
Level up!
In acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she? That Clasier. I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away. We don't know where she is. She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out that someone was watching her from the seafort. We arrested her. I'm not at liberty to say.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew.
He sighs.
She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Riverdale, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lusan's Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north, shake it off.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south, smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the
What
years.
more is there to get?
You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez.
It's their favorite activity.
Thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
Today is Monday, which means that the people in Martinez get to be racist. It is their favorite activity.
It's all sanctioned by that social democratic union and the farce of the social democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Anything more?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the
I like those
ice.
boom-boom morons.
Pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
I helped them build their little dance club. He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. That all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls.
Ah, Renee.
It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves.
I mean, he's
The
already
old
dead, dude.
loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins, too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Okay, then.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children.
Okay, bro's starting to go on a
Throughout
fucking
history,
Alzheimer's
even the
dementia
royal
rant now.
bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell.
In Cyberpunk 2077, what makes you a criminal? Getting cock. Apparently that's what he believes. I hate sex. If you have sex, you should be shot, is apparently what this guy thinks. Now I have some questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him
okay.
under the horse car.
Okay.
Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
I fucking love disco. Don't talk shit about disco. He breathes in, his breath heavy with hatred. You cannot make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much.
Not the disco whores.
His brain's language center. Leave it only a nonsensical sputter.
Disco whores? You mentioned the Union is social democratic and Mr. Claire's a farce of a social democrat. By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you meant Renee? We are running low on time here. I'm going to try to speed through this. I'm glad we talked about this now.
Glad. It's all gone.
I want to ask again about the people you don't like. He stares into the dust at his feet, gray and dirty spring grass all around. Yosef Lilianovic Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of the colonel here in Martinez.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The old man's eyes filled with sudden unexpected terror at the words.
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting.
Oh yeah, look at him. He's like fucking paranoid now.
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid. Do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker.
This is unexpected. Honestly, I would have expected him to just not care. Like, yeah, take me in. I already did my job. I don't fucking care anymore. But the fact that he's scared is interesting.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Wait. Red check.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it...
What?
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shush, Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this... really us?
Your
What the
skin
fuck is happening right
crawls.
now? Game? What's happening? Holy shit, it's the fucking Phasmid. What the, that thing is fucking huge, Jesus Christ. Holy shit, the Phasmid is real.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds.
What the fuck is happening right now?
Limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
The old man looks at the reeds, then at you. The giant stick insect?
There's nothing there.
Am I going to am I fucking getting demented? Do I have dementia now?
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny...
What the fuck is that?
And its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There it is, I see it. I finally got insane. Put your head in your hands.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the read.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Holy shit. So I'm not going insane. Kim sees it too.
4 simple words. Thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Inspect the phasmid. Lieutenant whispers, then takes a step towards the giant arthropod. Huh. Well, okay. Approach the insect first, close to it. I am so fucking, like, lost right now. I'm gonna be honest, I have no fucking clue how close I am to the end of the game. I feel like we're right there at the end, but I don't want to risk it and, like, go on for, like, several more hours when I'm, like, not actually close to the end of the game at all. So I think what I'm gonna do is, unfortunately, we're gonna fucking end the stream here, right on this giant fucking twist right here. And by giant, I do mean giant. This thing is fucking massive, Jesus Christ. And we are gonna continue next Sunday. The cliffhanger, wow. I know, I'm sorry. I do want to finish the game today, but at the same time, like, I'm not entirely sure how close I am to the end, and I don't want to, like, invest myself into this if I have, like, 1 or 2 hours left. I'd rather save it to next stream. I'll save it for next Sunday. But if we are actually, like, really close to the end of the game, and I finish Disco Elysium in, like, maybe, like, less than 2 hours, I'll probably switch over to, like, I don't know, maybe grinding out Monster Hunter for the rest of the, stream on Sunday. But either way, that's gonna be the end of Disco Elysium today. Fucking, I was not expecting this twist to, of all fucking things to happen, I was not expecting, yeah, the Insulindian phasmid is real. Fuck you. Like, this game has been pretty grounded this entire time. I was not expecting, like, yeah, cryptids are real to suddenly pop up. But yeah, the plan for the rest of the week is, firstly, of course, there's a Nintendo Direct happening on Wednesday, right? Yes, it's April 2nd. I think it's, I'm pretty sure it's Wednesday, right? Let me check. Direct. Hold on. When is the Nintendo Direct? Fuck. I'm pretty sure it's April 2nd. I'm pretty sure I remember it being April 2nd. I'm definitely almost there, though. Yeah. Yeah, again, this game is super dialogue heavy. Like, I don't know, some like, single strings of dialogue will, like, last me for an entire fucking hour. So I don't want to risk continuing the game today. April 2nd. Yeah, that's what I figured. So yeah, the Direct is going to be on April 2nd, so I will be joining a bunch of friends in reacting to that, of course, reacting to that live. And then, of course, after that, on Friday, the Friday after that, on the 4th, I will be streaming more Splatoon 3, probably with my team, since I think they're going to be a lot less busy next week, so we should be able to have time to do Splatoon stuff. Saturday is, I think, yeah, Saturday, I will first start off by doing some Monster Hunter, of course. We will play some Monster Hunter. I'll check out the title update. We'll stream that for about 3 hours, and then after that, I will transition into playing some Repo with some streamers who I will be collabing with. So yeah. The Saturday stream probably going to be lasting for quite a while, probably right, like around 8 hours, honestly, because I'll be streaming both Monster Hunter and Repo. And then on Sunday, we will finish up Disco Elysium, and I'm pretty sure the next stream will definitely be the final stream. Again, if I end up finishing the game within like 1 or 2 hours, I'll just stream Monster Hunter for the rest of the 4 hours. 8 hours of gaming, damn. Yep. it's gonna be we're gonna have a busy week next week, but I'm excited, and that is gonna be it for today. I did already save, right? Yeah, I did. I saved like right here. Yeah. So that is gonna be it. Big thank you to everyone who showed up here today. I really appreciate y'all, and we're gonna go ahead and see if there's anyone we can raid right now to cap things off here. Oh, interesting. It looks like my friend Cleone is streaming some Splatoon 3 right now, and looks like he's streaming his Looty set with another team, so we're gonna go ahead and raid him. How many people are planning on playing Repo, may you ask? Let me see. From... It looks like about 6 people total, including me. Because the group chat that I was added to has 6 people in it. So, yeah. I look forward to seeing you guys in about 3 days for the Nintendo Direct. And, yeah. I'll see you guys at Cleone's later. Bye, bye, goodbye, bye!